Hello, everybody. Welcome on the French Wrecking Crew, episode
Hi.
5 of the mystery of the Zodiac Killer. I have the chance today to be with Ned Dehan, Druzer, and Richard Grinnell. So, welcome, guys. Welcome
Hi
in
there.
the.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Hello,
And
thank you,
you?
Jerome.
What?
Jerome, thanks for having us on.
Oh, no. I'm really grateful to have you because you are excellent. Like I say the other time, you are really clever. You are really passionate in this kind of true crime world, and you are ready to make a round table with everybody to talk about the subject. And even if we are not agree about some stuff, we don't fight each other. We talk, and just before Richard was telling me something about the dragon card, and in fact, it can be true. It can be true, and I can be completely wrong, and I accept it. But it's not often the place. Uh, it's not, when you talk about Zodiac to have a panel of people who are agree to debate. So, but here it's possible. So, hello everybody in the chat. Hello Hazog. Hello Z72. Hello Death by Stereo. Hi Rob. Hi Chris. Hi Copope. Hi everybody. So, we will start with Druzer, I think. I'm, yeah, if you
Sure.
want, yeah, yeah. We'll start with you, and after we will continue with Ned and Richard, and we'll do like this. So here we go. I give you the mic, Druzer.
All
Go ahead,
right.
my friend.
I have the mic.
Yeah.
And what's the subject? Are we on Lake Berryessa? Is that what we're doing? Or
Oh,
Oh,
the
I
subject
can
you.
read you the intro.
Yeah.
um, I'm not sure. We were talking before we started rolling um, about what Zodiac was putting forth and whether any of it has relevance to his actual life. If so, why so? Jerome suggested that it was his ego that might drive him to put clues in his correspondences. However, um, only clues that would be relevant to himself. No one else could figure it out.
That's true.
We're also discussing uh, disguising handwriting, and I think that's kind of a tricky one. The documents examiners all said that it looked like it was written hastily, freely, naturally, um, without um, any sort of attempt to disguise it. I don't know that I fully agree with that. I think, and I'm not talking about misspellings. I think that's a separate matter. Um, but if you look at the baseline shifts that you can tell throughout, it sort of seems like he might not have his palm on the paper, or he might have some sort of technique that could sort of systematically present a different looking handwriting. I'm not sure. I think he had sort of several modes that he would go in, just as we all do when we're writing. If you write to your boss or something that's going to be publicly seen, you probably write a little neater. Um, if you're writing to someone that and you want to show disrespect for some reason, I think maybe you write sloppy, like in the first letters. I don't think he didn't demand that his first letters be published. So I think it was probably a surprise to him when they did in fact photograph them and present them in the newspaper. The ciphers, of course, he wanted to be in the paper, but the actual letters being printed, I think, was a surprise, and I don't think it's a coincidence that in his follow-up letters, suddenly we don't have the dramatic lines slanting downward to the right. They're now pretty straight. And there's been a lot of talk about how he could have achieved that, whether there was lined paper or graph paper or, God forbid, a light table underneath. I don't think we can be certain of that, but it does seem certain that he used something to straighten up his lines, and this is probably the same device, the same technique that he used to keep his cipher grid straight. And I'm just talking with no direction at all as to where I'm going to end. So maybe I'll just stop cold.
Yeah. And what do you think about the theory of two writers for the same letter? So the first writer starts to write the word, and the second writer finished to write the word.
I think you have to look at all of the measures that the writer took to show that he was the same author. He used an unusual paper stock throughout at least 1969. You can see the same watermark. So this is coming from the same paper. He used the same writing instrument. He addressed his envelopes in almost precisely the same manner. He took the unusual measure of overposting his envelopes, and obviously, of course, he gave details that only the killer or the police would know.
Yeah, sure.
I think ciphers and letters all sharing the watermark pretty much say that it was the same writer. And even in 1971, he's using the same unusual paper, which was not printed in the newspaper.
Okay.
And he ran the same themes through many of his communications over several years.
Yeah. Yeah, one writer, one killer is what I would suggest the evidence suggests. Of course, there's a possibility that it was more complicated than that.
I was thinking about that because the gaps between the same word, the gap between the same word, and I was thinking maybe the first one was writing the first letter, and the other one was finishing the line. But it's just an idea. It takes time, but it takes time also to make cipher. So,
do you mean there were two authors of the same letter?
Yeah. That's what I say.
If that happened, that would probably be a world's first, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, it's not physically impossible. I mean, but I don't know if there's a lot of indications that two people were writing on one piece of paper. I mean, it sounds like it could all be explained by one person, and any type of differences in handwriting, or even sometimes, like you look at the Z13 letter that has the very neat cipher and the very sloppy handwriting. Well, that could be explained by numerous ways. As Druzer already said, the light table, also maybe someone is trying a lot harder. And this is the stuff that I would like to zone in on with the differences in the handwriting. It's physically possible to alter your own handwriting and to focus more clearly and write more neatly, like in the Melvin Belli letter. And that can be done without the aid of any particular device. I mean, someone is just really trying hard to be neat, or maybe even the Zodiac Killer's natural handwriting style was a lot neater than what he put in the debut letter. And in the debut letter, he was intentionally trying to be sloppy and just trying to be a giant mess. I also think in the 1967 loose leaf letters in the Sherry Joe Bates case, that person was intentionally trying to be sloppy and dragging the pen all across the page. So all of this stuff can be explained by a single perpetrator. But I do have one more thing. Firstly, I would like to give a big shout out to Cal Polk, a fellow West Virginian. You got a big cheers.
Big cheers.
Why does anybody think a light table is required to create those neat ciphers? I'm sure we could all create those without any form of major equipment, simply by sticking a ruler across the page.
Oh, Richard, I don't know if I could create those circles as neatly as the Zodiac did. I mean, I could definitely create a cipher that would look like the Scorpion ciphers from the 90s. And if I had the light table and the squares, they would still be a little bit sloppy. I have terrible handwriting, but I think the ciphers are very precise. I wouldn't be surprised if a light table is used.
And in plus, it's really easy to construct. Just need to have a glass, some blocks of wood, a light, and it's done.
I think the
It's
problem
easy to
is
make.
that none of us have ever had this stock in our hand. It's either very thin or it is not. Perhaps it was chosen because it was thin.
How do
You
we
mean the
know?
paper?
That's true. Yeah.
How do we know he didn't use a pencil and delete the lines, erase them?
Entirely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, Ross is there. Hi, Ross.
Yes. Hello, Ross. What are you doing in the chat? You should be up here.
Yeah. What are you doing there? Come here.
Yeah, I mean, Ross is saying basically the same thing. I mean, it seems like he has
No
something
light table,
under it
that's right.
that serves as a guide, but without having the actual weight of the paper stock, it's hard to hard to be sure. You're talking about his circles, though. In the actual ciphers, I'd say they're pretty well neat, but really it's the alignment that's neat more than the actual characters themselves. And I'm surprised you bring up the scorpion ciphers, because for me, I look at those symbols and I see the intricacy in some of them, which is very different than what Zodiac did. For me, I see Zodiac using the absolute most basic shapes that he can. Like, he's not drawing astrological symbols that take a little bit of art. It's just, circles, boxes, triangles, letters.
So,
And-
Druzer, do you think that... Oh, sorry, Richard.
No, carry on.
Druzer, do you think that's possible that one guy was writing the letter and one other was doing the cipher?
I don't see anything to suggest that, really.
No, me neither. But I mean, is it possible for you?
It's possible, and for the
But
first,
it's unlikely.
I think very unlikely. I mean,
Yeah.
for the first, I don't know, 8 years or so that I was looking at this case, I just was riding the fence on like every issue. This is possible, that's possible. The last couple of years, I've tried to be a little more assertive. So I'll say my bias is one killer, and that killer was the writer.
Yeah, every crime and every communication doesn't require two people. If
No.
there was a crime out there that suggested there was an involvement of two people and only two people could have committed that crime, then I'd be tend to consider it a little bit more seriously. But all these crimes, all these communications don't require a second person.
I agree with you, except for Lake Berryessa. For Lake Berryessa, I think there was two perpetrators, but
But you could have one killer and one writer. You don't need to.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
about
You mean the voyeur, Jerome, right? You believe that
Yeah.
the Lake
Yeah,
Berryessa voyeur was an active participant. I mean, yes, that's your observation, but I think like what Richard's saying is that it's theoretically possible that those were unrelated incidents, or that
oh yeah,
one
absolutely. Yeah.
person was responsible for everything.
I agree
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing believing something and another thing
Yeah.
showing the evidence. I mean, Ned was talking about evidence today in Black Box, and what I was going to say to him was he's heard many suspects and many theories, and he must admit that some of them are absolutely crazy, right? So,
Yeah.
so my if Ned hears something, let's say from David Gold, and thinks that is absolute lunacy, is that classed as evidence because David Gold believes it's evidence? In other words, you were talking about what's classed as evidence and what is classed as nonsense. So how do you decode what is evidence to one person that isn't to another?
Well, a lot of what David Gold shares is based on storytelling, and by his own admission, he does not share his Zodiac case in the theoretical way. He says that these are not theories, these are experiences that he has, and he tries to tell the story of something that he did 30 years ago. So, I mean, by his own admission, it's not about evidence, it's just about storytelling, and you have to take his word for it. Now, he says there should be evidence in his story, like he handled the letter that was mailed to Mary Pilker in 1974, wasn't it? So, well, I mean, then if he handled that, then there should be physical evidence that would tie back to him. Now, there's some complication in that story. I don't know, but I mean, if you just mean like, do you mean how do you differentiate between storytelling and evidence, or how do you differentiate between conjecture and evidence?
Well, let's take the Halloween card.
Sure.
Yeah.
We've heard hundreds and hundreds of theories on the Halloween card, some more believable than others, and some are outright ridiculous. Now, well, I don't have to stick with a Halloween card, but we've all got opinions on what is a good theory and what is a terrible one to us. But to the person presenting it, they believe that's much stronger than what we believe it to be. So how do you classify what is evidence for you and for somebody else? Or do we classify anything, no matter how crazy or how believable it is, as evidence?
Otherwise, I mean, I think you can always make your own judgments, but with something like the Halloween card, it sounds like what you're talking about are interpretations, as opposed to somebody else saying like, okay, my suspect lived in California, they are the appropriate height, they wore the dark rim glasses, they matched the composite sketch. That stuff I think would be much more in line with what I would call weaker pieces of evidence, or maybe a flimsy case that somebody is trying to make. When someone just says like, this is my interpretation of the Halloween card, they're openly admitting that that's just the images that they see in the Halloween card. That's their take on the subject. That's something that they think is possible. So that's very, very interpretive. Whereas the first thing that I set out, okay, that's more factual based about how they lived in California, dark rim glasses, matches the composite sketch. Not convincing at all. That doesn't mean your suspect was the Zodiac Killer, but that is factual as opposed to interpretive.
Do you make a distinction between evidence that somebody may put forward for a suspect within a card, such as Ed Edwards? I can find Ed Edwards in the Halloween card. Do you make a distinction between people who do this in the Zodiac case and how you would approach things in a court of law?
Absolutely, 110%, because these things are so abstract that if you were to bring that into a court of law and say that you can find Ed Edwards in the Halloween card, I'm sure any defense attorney would be like, what? There are all types of shapes. There are all types of things where you could read things into the Halloween card. It doesn't say Ed Edwards with English letters. So, I mean, like, that's almost just on par with a wild guess or something like that, if you were to say that you found Ed Edwards in the Halloween card.
And also, do you think there's any suspect that could be ever taken into a court of law at the time while they were alive and ever get one jury member to vote them guilty?
One jury member, absolutely. If you were to bring Arthur Lee Allen into a court of law, I'm sure at least one person would think that he was guilty. Now, I have to give a shout out to DNA King, who wrote this in the comment section on Black Box Online Radio. He's a lawyer, and he said there's no way Arthur Lee Allen would ever be convicted in a court of law. I agree, especially when you start, well, why don't you just bring up the DNA evidence from 2002? Even though you guys all know that the DNA is not credible, you tell the jury that there was a negative DNA match, I don't think he would be convicted. I mean, like, it's so much deeper than that, but if you were just to share that to people, I don't think that would work.
I don't think so neither.
I'm trying my best, Richard.
No. I was thinking, what does Druzer think?
Well, I mean, a lot of the evidence or a lot of the theories that I see coming up don't actually correlate with news reports, or they assume that someone is lying in the news reports without motivation. Michael Majot, for example, or the police officers, without some reason why these people would be withholding information. I don't think it's worth considering.
Could you consider the reverse, where we've seen people being found not guilty by 12 jury members when it's pretty obvious they're guilty? And could you consider
100%.
Yeah.
People can be found not guilty when it seems like they're guilty, yeah.
Well, give me the best example.
Sure, like in the D.B. Cooper case, we have a suspect named Robert Rackstraw who goes on trial for the murder of his stepfather, Philip Rackstraw. And, I mean, he was found not guilty. I think that he did it. His stepfather was found buried in the backyard, shot in the back of the head, and then his stepson starts renting out his house, telling the new tenants, don't go to this part of the backyard because there are wells. And then he doesn't tell the other family members that he's renting out the house and all of these things. It seems like he did it. The jury found him not guilty.
Well, yeah, that's the system you have to have in place. If you can't prove someone's guilt, then they don't go to jail.
But I think all of the major suspects will be found not guilty, whether it's Arthur Lee Allen, Richard Gaikowski, Ross Sullivan, Lawrence Kane.
They would all be found not guilty if they entered the court of law, which they wouldn't, because there isn't enough on anyone to arrest anyone.
Unless you had 12 people that just by some chance got sent onto a jury who are all Arthur Lee Allen fans.
Right. A jury made of TikTokers, perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. yeah. Hoffman in the...
Well, I completely agree. I feel like you guys are talking about, like, if there's just a very convincing defense attorney and prosecuting attorney, right? Put it over lawyers on one side. I mean, you would need a convincing prosecuting attorney to make it look like this person was so guilty that they would be convicted. Sure. Gullible, impressionable, malleable people on the jury. But, I mean, I think that's more about what Druzer said, that person wouldn't be arrested and go to that point because, like, do they really have enough evidence for a warrant on somebody? And, they raided Arthur Lee Allen's house, right? And
3 times.
And he was not brought to trial. So, I mean, that's real life.
Yeah.
I know people in the Zodiac scene who have actually stated 100% they believe this person to be the Zodiac Killer. And they are in the minority. Now, would you allow these people on the jury?
No.
You would not let Mike Morford on the jury?
I didn't say that. But he has said that.
Now, Richard, in the United States of America, you have the right to a fair trial. How on earth could you give somebody a fair trial if you bring someone on who says, no, I actually know the identity of the Zodiac Killer, and they're going to deny all of the court proceedings from both the prosecution and the defense, and they're just going to be like, no, I know this because I've conducted my own independent investigation, or maybe they know the stories about how their daddy was the Zodiac, and I don't see how you could do that in a fair way.
No, look in the Stephen Avery case. I don't know, Druzer and Richard, if you have seen Making a Murderer on Netflix.
Yeah.
The case of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, the murderer of the murders of Teresa Halbach. When Stephen was arrested, it was on November 9, and they had zero evidence against him. Zero, but really zero, nothing. He was arrested because he was considered as a felony.
Well, I've watched both. Sorry, carry on.
And convicting a murderer. Yeah.
I watched the initial one, Makings of a Murderer, and that was so biased and false. It was hard to believe. It was basically fiction. I've seen the police's side. I've also seen it examined by Pat Brown and Ken Maines, and I agree with both of them that he's 100% guilty.
Oh, yeah, it's your right to believe they are guilty. Me, I don't. But you see, when uh, Stephen was arrested in November, after they had nothing against him. After they had the cops had a false confession by his nephew Brendan Dassey, and they were both prosecuted uh, before a court of law by the same prosecutor. Uh, uh, and for Stephen, we can debate about because there is, let's say, proof against him. There is, but for Brendan Dassey, there were nothing, zero evidence, only his false confession, and he was found guilty. So, and he was 16 at the time. He was low IQ, and he was not understanding what he was saying to the police. He was thinking he was trying to help the police. So I don't know why he had create. In the same time, he was leading by the police to say what he was saying during the entire video, because you need to see the entire interview of Brendan Dassey on March 1st to see what did really happen to him. And it was, for me, it was kind of child abuse, and for a lot of people, a lot of people think the same. It was a kind of child abuse. He was only 16. He was low IQ, and they were really two really good cop, and they knew what they do, and they've made exactly what they want. Made Brandon accusing Stephen of a lot of stuff incredible. And in the same day, the prosecutor made a press conference explaining everything Brandon is saying to the police officer. But the trial of Stephen Avery had not begun yet. So every people who have seen this press conference had already the idea that Teresa was killed by a knife, by gun, put on the fire, and everything. After that, how could you have a fair trial? It's impossible. It's really impossible, and that's why I think it was lost in advance, because you cannot have a fair trial when the prosecutor made a press conference and say to the public, we know for sure that Teresa Halbach was killed in the Stephen Avery trailer. There is no proof of that. They have never find her DNA or her blood or anything, saliva or anything in a trailer or nowhere. There is just on our SUV, just little dots of blood in the front of the car uh, coming from Steven, and in the back of the car, a little blood coming from Teresa. But it's really interesting because there is absolutely no fingerprint or of anyone, not Teresa, not Steven. It's her car, and there is no fingerprint of her, and there is no DNA of her in her car.
Well, now wait a second, Jerome. You're asking something very big about like why are the prosecutors doing this? Well, prosecutors, as I understand, are not supposed to lie in the courtroom. But
No,
the way that they can get away with it is by their saying that this is just the interpretation of the evidence. It's clear to us that the
yeah,
defendant murdered this woman. They're presenting it as an interpretation of the evidence, but they don't say it like that. They're saying this person lied to you, this person committed the murder, and that's how they get away with it. But like Yeah, like, and also in the United States of America, prosecutors have to turn over all the evidence to the defense so the defense can respond to it, but the defense doesn't have to turn over everything to the prosecution. And it's just like they have to play the particular side. And it's not a
No.
pleasant system. I don't know if we have anything better than that though.
Oh,
I
I
think
think,
I
I
think
think, oh, go ahead.
sorry. I think the parallels between this case and the Zodiac case is that we don't trust the defendant, we don't trust the witnesses, we don't trust the cops, and all the information we have was on Netflix. Like, I mean,
And from
No.
Candace Owens.
Well, it's not really true because I've worked on this case and I have all the papers, all the paper coming from the cops, all the paper coming from the case, all the telephone calls, all the video that the police had made during their investigation. We have everything. I mean, so
they
we have,
released all of the police reports.
yeah, all
I did not know that.
all and channel Full Play. It's a channel who continue to talk all the time about the case and continue to read the police report and the witness report and everything about the case. So in the case of Stephen Harry and Brendan Dassey, we have everything. Everything.
Yeah, I would put more. I would prefer to see police reports
Yeah.
and information from the police above what I'd ever see on Netflix or any of one of these
Oh
drama
yeah, for sure.
presentations.
Well, of course.
Because
Oh, yeah.
usually they've got an agenda. They're either selling he is innocent or he is guilty. There's really
yeah.
often no in between with these documentaries.
Oh, I agree 100%. And
With all
that's,
documentaries,
yeah,
even
absolutely.
if you're honest and trying to do a good, fair job, you're still assembling a story. The line
Yeah,
between fiction and nonfiction is not very thick, especially when you have when you're doing it on the scale of Netflix, where it has to
yeah,
be entertaining. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
hard not to create a false narrative.
That's why I listened to Pat Brown's examination of the crimes, because she points out how you should profile things from the crime scene, not make things up like a lot of the FBI do. The FBI profilers, Ned was talking about John Douglas, and although I'm not dismissing all of his work, some of the stuff he gets from the crime scenes are just inventions, like the guy who had a middle-class job or he drove a green car, and you're thinking, where the hell did you get this from? It's just made up. And the two profiles of the Green River Killer and the BTK Killer years ago were wildly off by certain profilers. So you have to get your evidence, and you have to draw conclusions from the crime scene and not
Yeah.
just start making things up and trying to get inside the head of the killer, which is just sheer fantasy. I can't get inside the mind of the Zodiac Killer, and I won't even try.
No, but if you did, I think you could come up with a better profile than a lot of the ones we've seen. I really like profiling, but it has the inherent problem of the whatever resources the profiler consumed before making their assessment. Like Pat Brown, I like her, but her profile on Zodiac was based on Graysmith. Same with Douglas when he did his offering. It's based on Graysmith. It's based on incorrect information.
Yeah, I watched Pat Brown's Zodiac Killer analysis, and I will give her leeway on it. I think she did a fairly good job, but she did admit that she hasn't spent months and years on it. She spent a couple of weeks. Now, some of these crimes only require a week's looking into. They're not that complicated. Things like Jack the Ripper and the Zodiac Killer require years. I mean, up until last year, you think, I thought I knew most things, but I've still learned more in the last couple of years than I've learned in the previous 10. So I don't expect Pat Brown to do a perfect job, like I don't expect Ken Mains to do a perfect job analysing it for a couple of weeks. They're both both admitted that they're not experts on the case. Now, if I gave Pat Brown 5 years, I think she'd probably change a fair degree of her assessment.
Oh yeah, I can tell you that we were a team, and we are still a team, but we were a team of approximately 20 people, and 20 people working on the case for 5 years. And we were listening the police record when they were about for the dispatch between them, because we have really everything: the phone call coming from the prison, um, all the police report from the first case and the second case, the first case in 1985 and the second case. And we have done so much on this case. And that's true that Netflix is see in Making a Murderer, see the story in one way. That's true. But yeah, like Druzer was saying, they create a narrative to make a kind of fiction, to for the entertainment, because they want to sell their program. So more it's interesting. And I mean, most you can put some stuff really hot, more you will sell your stuff to Netflix, because they will have good stuff. But that's true that Making a Murderer is not always fair about what they say. They talk about stuff. Just an example to tell you. There is often the case that people start to talking about Stephen and the incident of the cat fire. Allegedly, Stephen had put a cat in a fire, had put some gas on him, and put him in the fire. But it was not true, because I have here on my channel Peter Darcy, who is the father of Brendan Darcy. He was there this day where it happens. He was there with Tom Yanda and Jerry Yanda, the husband, the future husband of his sister Barbara, and they were together. And it's Jerry Yanda who has put the cat in the fire. But like he was in probation, Stephen Avery had taken him, and this is, I can assure you this, that's the truth. But it's like this. He was they were friends, and he was on probation, and he was caught with this crime. He risked to have serious problems. So Stephen did agree to take on him for the cat fire incident. And now there is a lot of people who claim, yeah, when you start to make the stuff to animals, um, ugly stuff to some animals, that means you are a psychopath and you are able to kill somebody. Yeah, but in this case, it never happened. He just take that on him. And you were talking about the crime scene in Making a Murder. In the case of Teresa Albach, there is no crime scene. Even the bones who were sent to a parent, we have all the paper who claim that they don't know if it's animal or human bones. They don't know. They don't know if they've sent animal bones to Teresa Albach's parent. That's really crazy. Really, really crazy. It's a case who can drive you crazy. Hello, Sharon.
It's
Oh yeah,
inconclusive, is what it is.
yeah, absolutely. I would like to just do an announcement. Mrs. Sharon here, hi, my Wimi, will make a comeback really soon, and it will be great, because it's been a while that she was not on YouTube, and she will make a comeback with a lot of new guests. And when you will see the list of the guests, you will be really surprised. So you will see it will be really excellent.
And Jerome, do you want to do some more in the chats?
Uh, yeah, tell me,
We
because
have a
I
lot
was
of
not.
questions in the chat that we have.
Oh, I come back from the beginning. Tell me.
All the way back up after Hello from West Virginia, we have a question from Rob Langston who says, has there been any more information released about the stylometry arguments from the French researchers from the myth of the Zodiac? Now, I don't know about that, but they were using computational linguistic analysis in the myth of the Zodiac, talking about how there are multiple letter writers. And again, all of that stuff is interpretive, it's subjective, it's not 100% guaranteed that there actually was a set of 2 letter writers or 3 letter writers. And even Michael Butterfield appeared in that documentary by stating that there was another possibility. The Zodiac's personality could have just changed after writing multiple letters and committing multiple crimes. And I lean toward that.
Well, like I said earlier, you can analyze the crimes and go through years of the same patterns, suggesting one mind through one killer through many years. Just by sticking a computer on a letter and analyzing the letter, you're never going to form the opinions that we formed over 10, 20 years of research. Quite frankly, in my opinion, it's fantasy stuff. You're just not going to get anywhere with that sort of analysis.
Yeah, it reminds me of the fake computer they used in the what was the History Channel one, Hunt for the Zodiac Killer. It's just showmanship. Firstly, they didn't outline that they omitted 5 pages that were almost directly from Gilbert and Sullivan. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that factored into anything. That may have just been the edit that we saw. They don't take into consideration the materials or the motivation, or even that people write different letters for different reasons. Like when
Absolutely.
At first he's just very matter of factly stating facts that prove his involvement in the crime, and then they call him a liar. So he's a little agitated. So he writes back in a different tone, and then they call him a liar again, and he says, "Well, screw you guys. I'm not going to announce my crimes anymore, except that I'm going to target children." He just starts making stuff up. He's obviously very affected by the coverage that he's responding to, and I didn't see anywhere in that documentary where they even addressed that. Like, is he yelling at Melvin Belli, who he's never met? I don't. They were not clear.
And what documentary you are talking about?
The handwriting analysis that was presented in the Myth of the Zodiac Killer.
Ah, the documentary with Thomas Henry Oran and Drew Beeson.
And not only the handwriting, but also the linguistic choices by the letter writer. You mean, right, Druzer?
Yeah.
Well, Druzer, you brought up a good point. There are different reasons why you write certain letters. With the Melvin Belli letter, this is all about just kind of like trying to butter up this famous lawyer, Melvin Belli and all that, and completely different motivation than stating, okay, I'm a killer. Here's some facts that only I and the police know. Absolutely different reasons. And also, how about the bus bomb letter? That's about delivering the threat of a bus bomb, and completely different reasons why those letters were created.
Yeah, and they wouldn't publish his bomb plans, so he writes an angry card threatening that if they don't finally release it, that he will set it off. He's agitated, clearly.
And they were examining these letters solely on their own. They weren't taking into consideration that a lot of these letters were composed through the newspapers. And that's a factor they haven't taken into account, because the Zodiac often responded to recent newspaper articles. So a lot of his wording was dependent on what was in the newspapers that had just been published, not necessarily that something he just invented out of thin air.
Yeah, and if you look at the early newspaper coverage, possibly the later coverage as well, it seems clear that either the reporting is beyond sloppy, or the police are feeding them incorrect information in order to get a rise out of the caller.
Absolutely. So
And look, oh, sorry, Richard.
No, carry on, Jerome.
Look, I was watching a documentary early in the morning. I was watching the Delphi case. And you know that the police don't realize everything they have. So, and we wonder why. Because, for another example, I'm talking about the Delphi murder. They have a video of 45 seconds of the guy on the bridge. They've only released a video of 2 seconds. And nobody knows why. Nobody. And they figure out that interview Richard Allen in 2017, but nobody had made anything against him. And he was there from the beginning in plain sight, because he had say, yeah, I was there and I have met 3 girls, and but I was on the bridge. I was watching the fish, which is sweet, because if you are on the bridge, you will most likely watch the bird and not the fish in the river. But let's say it's true. He admits immediately that then he was there, and the police don't investigate at all on him after that, and they had what they have today, the same thing, but there was an arrest, and it doesn't come from new evidence. It comes from old evidence, and when I say evidence, I mean the the statement he made to the police in 2017. Another example, in the case of Maura Murray, I was watching that, and we also have the same situation. We have people who tell, but I mean, I see that in a lot of cases. So
the thing is,
it could be the same in the Zodiac. Maybe the police don't release everything. We don't know that.
I don't believe they have.
No, they certainly haven't. But
Right.
but you can also flip it round and say there's a lot of investigators that go on the Zodiac case now that know next to nothing about the Zodiac case, and there's plenty of information out there that they just simply cannot familiarize themselves within a few short months. You can't pick up the Zodiac case as a cold case and just look through the letters and the crimes and solve it. When you've had tens of thousands of people poring over these things for the best part of 50 years, I really doubt you can you'll find anything other than DNA or fingerprints, or the shirt pieces being found, or Paul Stein's driving license. You're not gonna solve this case.
No, and if you take everything into consideration after 10 years of research, you still know that you can't build your theory on something that's 100% factual. At best, you have 90% with something.
Yeah.
Like I'll say that I fully believe there was one writer / killer. He lived outside of Vallejo, but within 20 minutes of the crime scenes. I can go on and on about what I think about the killer, but I can't say it with 100% certainty.
Well, I think that will tie into the next question in the chat, because it's actually from Ross from Planet X Filmworks, who says, at what point is storytelling damaging the case? In the case of the Seawaters and Arthur Lee Allen at Gaviota. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and the panel might disagree with me, but my honest response is I don't think that storytelling is damaging the case. For example, we've seen very clearly with Jack the Ripper about how the fictional stories are easily differentiated from the people who are putting forward true crime theories. And, it's even widely accepted now to write a novel or a short story about Jack the Ripper where it's a character, and people clearly label it as a fictional story versus, okay, this is my true crime theory about the case. If the Zodiac mystery is not solved after several years, I think the same thing would happen. About the Seawaters, is this harmful to the Zodiac Killer case? No, I don't think so. Is it harmful to the public perception? Absolutely. Because of everything that Richard just laid out. Number one, DNA, fingerprints, finding pieces of Paul Stein's shirt, finding the wallet. The investigators are going to solve the case based on those pieces of hard evidence. And so I don't think storytelling is damaging to the case. But what's going to happen with the Seawaters is they're going to do their documentary. They're going to make a bunch of noise. A lot of people are going to say, I think they've solved the case. They've convinced me. And then it's going to go back to zero. That's my take.
Do you think it's damaging towards the victims and their families? In other 100%. Words, we're spending so much time going down completely utter rabbit holes. We're not focusing on what is important in the Zodiac case. And I know that if you look at most of the documentaries, they're not predicated on hard, solid, sensible research. It's usually fantasy and wild claims that get the attention. I mean, you'd only have to go back to Deborah Perez and people like this and The Most Dangerous Game. None of these documentaries have any substance to them, but they're entertaining. A bit like the 2017 Zodiac case. That was sheer fantasy, most of that. But people enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, Richard, in those examples, Deborah Perez and Gary Stewart, the most dangerous animal of all, those people were family members of the person they were accusing. However, is it based on fact? No, not really. Is it helpful to the investigation? No. Is it disrespectful to the victims' families? I mean, I don't know about disrespectful. Gary Stewart, absolutely, he would be disrespectful because he was mostly outed as a fraud. Deborah Perez is mostly thought of as somebody who was just simply mistaken. But, I mean, absolutely no benefit to the victims' families in any way by just proposing these things, especially with somebody like Deborah Perez, the woman who said that she was present for at least 2 of the shootings, waiting in the car while her stepfather, adopted father, Guy Ward Hendrickson, committed the shootings. She also claims that she was the person who authored the Melvin Belli letter and just remembered it all of a sudden when she was 50 years old for some reason. That is purely based on storytelling. And, that's what she's saying. They're based on her memories. But, I mean, I don't think that she was trying to be fraudulent. I think she was just mistaken and confused.
The thing is, when new people get into the Zodiac case who may be able to contribute something to the case, they have to wade through 90% of nonsense to get to the facts. And this isn't helpful at all. So if anybody was... What?
I'm going to challenge you on that, but keep going.
I was going to say, go on, carry on.
They have to wade through 90% of the nonsense. I mean, Richard, they can read the police reports online. They can get Tom Voigt's Zodiac Killer, Just the Facts, which I always keep by if I need to reference something. They can go to zodiacciphers.com and read the wonderful articles of Richard Grinnell. And they have so many primary resources that are at their disposal. Do they have to? No, they want to just sort of take this road about, okay, I remember this and I remember that, and I'm going to kind of connect it on my own now.
I'll give you a middle ground. Obviously, people should start with the police reports, but that doesn't usually lure people. People are usually attracted. Yeah, me either. I saw the movie, and then I watched the documentary, and yada yada yada. It was a while before I was interested enough to actually do the read the reports, which is where you should start.
Absolutely, Druzer.
My qualm is people acting like they've read the reports and accusing innocent people when they haven't done their homework.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's a segue into what I was saying in one of those ideas that I wrote to Jerome, in the fact that I don't know how many times I've heard it now, but if somebody wants to analyze, say, the Sherry Joe Bates crime, you have to analyze the autopsy reports, and you have to lay that over the crime scene, whether you've got ballistics, whether it's knife wounds or whatever, to get a picture of the crime. It doesn't help when we keep hearing over and over again, Sherry Joe Bates was nearly decapitated. Sherry Joe Bates was stabbed 30 or 40 times. Now, it doesn't matter how many times you say, read the autopsy report, you know for the next 20 years, this is going to keep getting repeated over and over and over again. The truth does never seem to surface to the top. We always keep getting the fiction. And there's so much fiction in the Zodiac scene, which I was saying to Jerome, 90% of people believe, and it's just pure fiction, because it's like a rolling ball. It just gathers pace, and one person speaking up, whether it's you, me, or Druzer, telling them the truth, gets washed away. It's like the pebble in the Pacific Ocean. It goes nowhere, and the myth keeps rolling on. And this is what's disturbing, that nobody's actually listening, nobody's actually looking at the autopsy reports, nobody's analyzing it properly. They're just looking at the pictures of the crime scene and just making up a story.
Yeah, and the best-selling book says that the victims were chased to the crime scene. Obviously, that completely changes your evaluation of the evidence. If you say that the woman was stabbed 40 or 50 times, obviously that makes it seem like it was a personal murder. These are really things that will alter your perception.
Yeah, you look at the Wikipedia page on Sherry Joe Bates. That was taken from the book of John Douglas, wasn't it? Part of it.
I don't
know.
And it's just pure fiction. I mean, it just isn't reality, you know. But if you probably go in...
I mean, like, just Richard has a good point about how if you were to Google Sherry Joe Bates and spend 5 to 10 minutes reading about her murder, you probably would read that she was stabbed 42 times, right? And now, if Ross is asking the question about how is storytelling hurting the case, if you mean storytelling that's just people sharing stuff on the internet, then yeah, that's going to be purely misleading. Somebody writing a novel, you know it's a novel, you know it's fictional, but just saying this stuff about how you're just going to be spreading like this types of misinformation. And I think what Richard is trying to say is people are parroting this type of misinformation over and over again.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's something that you will encounter very early on. Sherry Joe Bates was stabbed 42 times. I thought that was true for years. Then I learned that it wasn't. And it's a destructive cycle.
Yeah, and you find some of this stuff in the police reports and the FBI reports too, like in the reports from Riverside Police to the Zodiac investigators. They say that they know that the writer was the killer because he described the manner in which the car was disabled, and that wasn't in the newspaper reports, but they were. It was absolutely outlined in the newspaper countless times. You look at the FBI reports; they say that Toschi wrote the 1978 letter. They don't say how they know. It's just like a report of something they've heard. So even if you do your research and read everything, you can still be misled.
Druzer, I would point you toward the Citizen Detective podcast, and some of the co-hosts, Alex Ralph and the panelist Chloe Steiger, talked about this very clearly in one episode about how even police reports can get the facts wrong. People are like, no, you can't trust the media, you can't trust the news articles, you got to read the police reports. Sometimes those contain inaccurate information, and Alex and Chloe went through numerous examples in one episode just about how those sometimes turn out to be unreliable. And I think Richard has something. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, the early pages of the Lake Herman police report say that her body was 10 feet from the car. Well, that wasn't true either.
No.
Yeah, sometimes it's a mistake, like they're not clarifying something properly, and sometimes they're just wrong. There's a
Yeah.
there's police reports in the Zodiac case that say Paul Stein was shot in the back of the head. Well, the killer must have been in the back seat though, then, right? Well, he
Yeah.
wasn't shot in the back of the head. It was in front of the ear, and we don't know where he was sitting.
No.
But if you just take the one line from the report and you build your theory on it, you're off on the wrong foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of people,
true.
and a lot of people at Lake Herman Road still believe that the turnout was the same size as it was in 1968.
Absolutely not.
It was pretty much twice the size, or probably more. I mean, there's no way on earth it was the same size. So trying to equate how the crime went down based on that little turnout, you're going to be a bit mistaken.
You know, Richard, Druzer, and Ned, I just play the role of the devil advocate, but maybe not everybody is ready to do what we do because it's not really pleasant. No, but it's true. It's not really pleasant to talking about this kind of subject, uh, and when you start to investigate something you are really interested by, you need to make a deep dive in the case, like you and I have done all these years. And I mean, I think not everybody is ready to do that. So they prefer to watching a documentary who is just 1 hour, and for them it's okay. You see?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Just watch a
Oh no, me
documentary,
neither.
read a book, and don't accuse someone that's innocent online in a public forum. You know,
Yeah,
that's simple.
yeah. And I would like to say too that Connie Sweetwater, Seawater, had write some comment in the last about the last video in the comment section. So if you want to go to see what she have she has to say, go ahead. And I'm feel sorry for her and for her brother. And I know
Yeah.
that one of his brother is passed away uh, last year. So I'm really sorry for her. But I told her I never consider Arthur Allen as a suspect, and she has responded me the same thing. I never think that Lee was the Zodiac.
She stated some incorrect information in the comments, and I attempted to correct
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
She said I was wrong, but then I asked her to present her case, and she said she couldn't until the documentary was out.
yeah,
So
No,
I guess
that is
we'll
that
all
could be
learn.
true.
yeah. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently, the inference would be through the documentary, we will learn that they were going to arrest Arthur Lee Allen. They did find evidence at his house that linked him to the Zodiac crimes, and we will learn why after 18 months they still did not arrest him.
Yeah, for
We
me,
all await
something which
that.
doesn't make sense. It's why wait so long?
Perhaps that will be addressed as well.
Just in defense of Connie Seawater, sometimes people are under non-disclosure agreements, and she might very well be telling the truth that she can't discuss the facts of the documentary until it comes out. I mean, she might be under some type of legal order. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
there we go.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
danger. It's the danger of entering these non-disclosure orders, isn't it?
Oh yes,
I mean-
yes. I can tell you guys so many things, but I'm actually under one myself. But save that for a
Yeah.
future Zodiac Monday 9 years from now.
I think I'm under the same one, Ned.
Okay. Now you're not going to swap some stories later.
But we're
on.
not allowed to talk about it, so we won't.
Is there any more questions in the comments?
Ned,
Yeah,
tell
a
me.
lot of ones on the in the chat.
What is Richard's take on Ross Sullivan? Was he dismissed too soon?
Not really, no. I would never say 100% that somebody isn't the Zodiac Killer. Like I've said before, I could have stood in Union Square in 1969 and stopped a random person aged 35. I could, in theory, have stopped the Zodiac Killer. But what I'll say about Ross Sullivan is I believe that, well, we don't know what his alibi was, but we know he gave an alibi and the police took his alibi. We know that his hair didn't match the hairs in the webbing of her thumb. He had no scratches on his body. I don't care if it was 2 weeks later. Scratches would not heal in 2 weeks. But assuming that that's not true, he would have had some scratches on her body because she had a skin under her fingernail. And she pulled a clump of hair, well, some hair from his head. And the most important thing is you can't put Ross Sullivan within 70 miles of any crime scene. So I think it's imperative you put him at least in the same city before you actually start claiming Ross Sullivan is a Zodiac Killer. I don't see anything whatsoever that points towards Ross Sullivan. Now, if his only connection to Sherry Joe Bates is he's a little bit, shall we say, not right in the mind, and the RCC women say he was a bit weird, and Ned will say being weird's not a crime.
Being weird is not a crime.
Being weird is not a crime.
He was in the vicinity because he was in the library. Well, he was he worked there, but there were probably thousands of houses within a mile of that area. So are we going to say they are all capable of being Sherry Joe Bates' murderer just because they're in the vicinity? It's not a great case against Ross Sullivan for either Sherry Joe Bates or the Zodiac Killer.
No, that's true, and we even don't know if the killer was in the library.
No,
we don't know that.
No, we
There's
don't.
a lot of things we don't know about Sherry Joe Bates.
It could have been anybody. It could have been Joe from the local butcher's down the road. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows? I 100% agree. Another question: does the panel agree that Ray Grant's Lake Herman Road's timeline is the most accurate?
I actually have a question about it, as opposed to like an answer, but I'll let the other guys go first then.
Okay. So, if somebody could explain me the timeline of Ray Grant, because
That's a question for Richard, certainly.
Well, no, like I said last week, I think Ray Grant's got a good point in shifting the timeline forward slightly earlier. So instead of James Owen passing the crime scene at 11:14, he may have passed at 11:09, 11:10, 11:11. I think that's very likely. Where I think he's got the timeline completely wrong is the Pierre Bidou thing, passing the crime scene. He thinks it's
the cop,
Yeah, he says he has a completely different timeline for Pierre Bidou. I think it's 10 something or other. Whereas my timeline has him passing just before James Owen arrived, which is why he didn't see any Rambler in that turnout because it was on the West Bank. And I don't believe he noticed it on the West Bank as he passed because his headlights would have shone into the opposite side of the turnout. So I believe his timeline on Pierre Bidou is wrong, but I think his timeline on everything else is very well put together.
Well, now, Richard, is there part of Ray Grant's claim about Lake Herman Road that the killer or killers did not arrive by car, that the vehicle that dropped them off was parked in a different place, and that they walked over to David Faraday's car? Is that right? I wish Ray was here to verify that.
He believes that Betty Lou and David were kidnapped and I think stuck in the boat. And there was a holding pen somewhere down the road. And I just, I can't buy into this story because there's if you're going to suggest there's a holding pen down the road where he's got them held while people are driving in and out of the turnout earlier that night, and he's got them held somewhere, and then he takes them to the turnout at a later point in time. Where's the evidence for this holding pen? You can't just make a holding pen up without providing evidence for it. And there was no evidence they went to Blue Rock Springs. There was no evidence they were abducted. I don't know how you can verify any of this or produce any evidence whatsoever that supports this argument. But I don't want to be totally.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, carry
No, I
on.
was
Nick.
saying you did a debate with him on Planet X Filmworks, and you guys debated the Lake Herman Road timeline, right?
Who, me? Oh,
Yeah,
we debated. I think because there's some records appeared that said they didn't go to Hogan High. That's where I think the argument started. I think they did go to Hogan High despite that police report, because he will question. I admit that I got my information from a magazine, I think in 1970 or 71, and there were two separate eyewitnesses. So there was at least two sets of two people at least. So there was four eyewitnesses who said they saw Betty, Lou and David at the bleachers at Hogan High. And another couple said they saw them leaving Hogan High at 10 o'clock. What I would say is, yes, this is only from a magazine article, but why would people just invent this out of thin air?
Well, it's my understanding that that was an urban myth, that the Christmas concert that they were supposed to attend at Hogan High had already happened a week before. And that's like a cover story that they made up to tell their parents so they can actually go out on their own and do whatever.
Well, that's what the police report said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in two minds. I mean, I don't think it's vastly important when it comes to the crime, but
Right.
I could quite easily accept they didn't go, but the only reason I thought it made sense was because they saw them leaving Hogan High at 10, and if you go onto Google Maps, it's exactly a 15-minute journey to the Lake Herman Road turnout, and at 10:15 that's when Helen Axe drove past and saw the Rambler facing in at the gate, when we know from other reports it was facing the East Bank, and Robert Connolly said it was on the West Bank. So I suspected that maybe when she first passed and saw the Rambler facing in, that's when they first pulled in, and that would perfectly align with the time they left Hogan High at 10 o'clock and arrived at the turnout at 10:15. They were just pulling in as Helen Axe passed, and then they reversed and then they pulled into the left side. That's why I assumed that the timeline married up with that newspaper article and Helen Axe's sighting in the police report. That's the only reason I thought it had some veracity. But I perfectly would accept that they didn't go to Hogan High. I mean, it's not something I'll contest till my dying breath.
I would accept it too, because as you said, it doesn't really, change the end result, and it also wouldn't affect the timelines too much, because the arrival time at the Lake Herman Road turnout, you could just as easily provide the explanation, oh, well, they're just kind of like driving around, going to a couple different places because, they made up this cover story. At the end of the night, they still end up at Lake Herman Road, Christmas concert or no Christmas concert. And that's the kind of more important thing that we're zoning in on, right? The activities of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen just prior to the Zodiac arriving.
Yeah, and my argument with Ray Grant was that Betty Lou left Sharon Hensling's house with a fur coat on, a white fur coat. It was cold that night. According to the police report, it was 22 degrees Fahrenheit or -5. She had this coat on. I doubt when they immediately arrived at Blue Rock Springs, she would still have that coat on. So if she was abducted and stuck into the boot in Blue Rock Springs, that coat would still be on her. I doubt she'd have said, hang on, wait a minute, kidnappers. I'm just going to take my coat off and toss it in the back. I can't see that happening. If she was in that boot, her fur coat would not have been in that back seat. That was my argument against Ray, but
yeah,
no challenge there, Richard.
So, but also, here's a question I've never quite understood or nobody's ever explained. Is I said James Owen was going along the road that night down Lake Herman Road to Benicia. He's got, and Druzer knows what I'm going to say, he's got a clear sight in front of him, at least 40, 50 seconds, and he sees no vehicle ahead of him. When he approaches the turnout, he could see any headlights from at least 30 seconds, maybe 21, 30 seconds approaching, but he never sees anybody approaching that turnout or entering it, which means at the bare minimum, when he arrives and passes that turnout and he sees two cars in the vehicle, They had to be in there doing absolutely nothing for at least 20, 30 seconds, maybe even minutes. And he saw no bodies in or around those vehicles. Now, the idea is that Zodiac arrived at the crime scene, drove up to the right side, got out and started shooting. Well, that clearly didn't happen because he saw no bodies in and around the vehicles. The vehicles appeared empty. And if the Zodiac had arrived at the bare minimum 30 seconds earlier, what did he do? Just sit there and do absolutely nothing and then just duck down? It throws the I got out the car and started firing at the couple immediately, throws that completely into shade. And if he'd have just arrived there and started firing, surely James Owen would have heard gunshots on his approach as well as when he passed the turnout, and he didn't. And he never mentioned the doors being open. So I think the explanation lies somewhere else. I don't think he just drove in, pulled to the right side of the Rambler, got out and started firing, because you wouldn't see what you saw at the crime scene if that was the case.
I think that's kind of what happened, but I think an important omission there is that he probably saw that Owen was coming and may have gotten back in his car and leaned down. And the kids were in the car with the seat reclined. So I think someone passing by may see Zodiac ducking down and the kids already reclined.
Well, I have got one explanation quickly, but you know my theory on it. Before two vehicles were seen, the last sighting of that vehicle was on the West Bank, the Rambler. People quite easily dismiss Robert Connolly's two statements to police saying that car was on the West Bank. And that was the last statement ever given before James Owen arrived. So why do we assume the Zodiac ever arrived and pulled up alongside the Rambler to its right side when it would have been on the West Bank? That was the last position it was noted. So why don't people maybe accept that the Zodiac pulled in behind the Rambler on the West Bank and forced it over, because the Rambler is not in the same position as it's depicted in those police sketches from the Yaws. If you look at the photographs, that's not on the East Bank. It's in a different position. It was in 3 different positions that night. That suggests it was parked on the East Bank. They decided to move to the West Bank for more privacy. Zodiac arrives behind them on the West Bank and forces their vehicle over. I don't know how that transpired, but that explains why the vehicle is in 3 different positions that night. And I don't know why people assume he pulled into the right side of the Rambler when that wasn't the last position it was noted before there was 2 vehicles there.
Well, because we're looking at the police reports, and even in the police reports, they question Connolly's sighting of the vehicle on what appears to be the incorrect side. We don't know if he was right and there's something more that we know, or he was wrong.
I think they'd formulated an opinion based on the crime scene, and Robert Connolly's didn't align with what the police pre-thought had happened, and so they questioned him. Now, he said it twice. I have no reason to disbelieve Connolly. He said it twice on the 21st of December and the 24th, that Rambler was on the West Bank. I don't understand personally why people just dismiss that and ignore it like it's not important, because it doesn't fit with what we want to believe happened or the police thought happened. But they should factor it in.
Well, Richard, I mean, like, I can't explain how David Faraday's car would be moving about in this event, but it sounds like an explanation for what you're talking about is it's a little bit similar to what Druzer said. The Zodiac comes in, and maybe his car is at a different place, and then he decided to drive up next. Once, like, the passerby goes by, he decides to drive up on the right passenger side, and that's when he exited the car. And the first time he's on, like, a different side of the turnout, and then he's just moving up once the coast is clear. Now, does that provide any explanation about what David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen were doing? No, but halfway there.
Yeah, something can seem unmotivated to us because we have limited information.
I have a question that you maybe have the answer. You will see what will go. But the question is there some animal to hunt in the area?
Sure.
Sure, yeah.
Raccoons.
Because the Zodiac claim that he's a hunter, and it's more fun to hunt people than animal because the human is the most dangerous animal of all.
Well, the
I
two guys that
wonder.
are raccoon hunters, right, Richard?
Say that again.
There are two guys that are driving down Lake Herman Road that night, and they are raccoon hunters. That's why they're out at night, right?
Yeah, Frank Gasser and Robert Connolly.
I wonder, and you will give me your thoughts about that. I wonder if the Zodiac was not already there in the area, already there hunting,
How do you
and
mean?
Yeah,
I
I thought
mean,
that.
he was already there on Lake Herman Road uh, before David and Betty Lou arrived. I mean, he,
Yeah,
maybe
that's a good thought, Jerome. Yeah, I've
he
considered
was
that.
maybe there for hunting, and he has this opportunity because he saw a car standing there for minutes, for maybe 30 minutes, I don't know, and he see an opportunity, and he killed them. And the car that everybody saw, it was maybe somebody who has nothing to do with that. But when they see the bodies of Betty Lou and David, they get out because they were completely freaked out about what they've seen. So we are assuming that the Zodiac is coming in a car, but maybe not. Maybe he was maybe already there. And after the crime, he goes back where he was before, take his car and go back home.
What about considering the white Chevrolet Impala that was sitting idle and driverless in that turnout for a while?
It's
Like
maybe
this
it,
was it was a cold night. It was -5,
yeah,
20.
yeah,
Why was
yeah, yeah,
somebody parked there, get out, wander around, do absolutely seemingly nothing? The nearest place was the Marshall Ranch or the cottage. So they've left that vehicle and gone, exited the vehicle and gone out into the cold somewhere, or they weren't spotted anyway by the sheep herder or Conley or Gasser. Now, like you said, did the Zodiac go there initially that night in a car to pick off people in a turnout? Did he put a gun sight on his thing because he wanted to kill somebody walking around? He may have gone to the lake. He may have gone onto that farmland where Gasser and
yeah,
Conley were hunting. He may have been searching for somebody. This might explain why he had a gun sight, because he intended on hunting people, like he initially said in his 3 letters.
yeah.
But somehow came back to his vehicle, drove away, and came back, and then spotted Faraday and Jensen, and decided to take his opportunity. So we don't know. I mean, who thinks
No,
that?
no, no, no.
Who thinks the Impala had any relevance at all?
Well, the honest answer is I don't know. I mean, there's some very good food for thought, but some people think, though, that the Zodiac committed that crime because he was just very pissed off that night, that something had triggered him and caused him to reach a breaking point. You're asking the question of why would somebody park a car, get out, and just walk in the cold? I mean, people do stuff like that when they're pissed off and they just, are like fuming mad or venting, or some people
True.
maybe actually be trying to calm down, and then the two teenagers pull in and then it's just like, hey, what's going on? And I mean, Jerome, to your point, that might explain why David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen are so far to the left side of the parking lot, to the west side of the
Yeah,
turnout, because that's something that I think makes no sense at all. To the credit of Thomas Henry Horn, talking all about how, that's not a good place to go for privacy and intimacy, so close to the road. When, as
no.
Richard said, and this is almost certifiable, that the turnout would have been way bigger back then, so they would have had more space. They would definitely have had better locations to choose for privacy and intimacy, if that is
Yeah,
indeed why they went there. And I mean, there could be the explanation that there was just another car in the turnout already. But I mean, I guess I've gone over some things about how we aren't 100% sure that they went there to be intimate together. Maybe they're just talking in the turnout, and like that they don't care if the headlamps from the passerbys shine into the car because they're just having a conversation.
I think it could explain why they moved if the vehicle did change positions.
You mean like the Zodiac's vehicle?
Yeah.
No,
No.
the Rambler. They may have settled on a parking spot and had some times together, and then as cars kept passing and the lights would shine in, they got a little uncomfortable. They thought, let's move to the other side of the parking lot. I think that's possible.
And
Makes
and if
sense.
and if Druzer, if they're reclining in their seat doing anything, as people have suggested, when the Zodiac Killer first arrives and he spots this vehicle, he's not going to know this is a couple he's targeting, as in male and female.
That's true. It might be a fair assumption, but I think he probably didn't know, and I think the kids were probably taken off guard. And had they been in an upright position, they may have been able to drive away when they saw a man with a gun coming at them.
With the gun, yeah.
But it may have been like the 10 seconds that they didn't have to react that cost them so dearly.
Because when you go to hunt, I don't hunt, but when you go to hunt, you go with your rifle, your knife, and maybe a pistol. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know about the pistol.
Depends
I mean,
on what
most
you're
of them
hunting, of course.
Yeah, it depends what you are hunting. I suppose. I don't know. I never hunt in my life, so I don't know. I'm asking you the question.
I think the raccoon hunters had both rifles and pistols in their car.
It's possible. My thought, the thought I have now, it's possible. If they were shot with a gun, it explain why. Yeah, it could explain a lot of things. It was just a thought. But if the Zodiac was already there,
Well, like as Druzer said though about how the Zodiac knows it's a man and a woman in the car. I think that it's more what he said about how it might be an assumption, but it's a reasonable assumption. Two people reclining back, and I know that this is unfair of me, but I'm in the camp that the Zodiac was bothered by it. It's an assumption on my part as well that he was bothered by seeing the young couple together,
yeah,
teenage boy, teenage girl. And that
maybe he was
provoked
jealous. Yeah,
heterosexual animosity. That could all be completely wrong. Maybe the Zodiac didn't care at all about who he was murdering.
no,
I'm forced to admit that, but I think something about that was the trigger. And, especially at Lake Herman Road, which is the first confirmed crime, where something about that made him decide that he was going to target David Faraday and Betty Lou. And it's
no.
part of the mystery, though.
Well, the question is whether he was out with the intention to murder someone that night, or whether he had a gun in his car at all times, awaiting such an opportunity to present itself. He, of course, couldn't have known that there would be someone out in the freezing cold weather parked in a lonely parking lot.
Now, Druzer, to answer this one,
Ned can answer to that because he knows a lot
you had
about
asked me that question. You had asked me that question 3 years ago, Druzer, about what is he doing? What is his thought process? I would have said, number one, yes, he's going out looking for people to kill. Number two, he wants to go after a man and a woman, and he knows that they're going to possibly be at Lake Herman Road because that could have been a popular hangout. Now, I have no idea. That's all just guesswork, and there are fewer and fewer supporting points other than just simply this storytelling thing that we're talking about how, yeah, it makes sense to me, but I don't know that.
Yeah, and is it a coincidence that it's on the winter solstice that the Zodiac first strikes? Is it a coincidence that school had just gotten out on that day? I don't know.
And do we know that if he had not found Faraday and Jensen in that turnout that night, would we have had a murder the following weekend?
Yeah, I
Maybe,
assume we would.
yeah.
I think things change after that first crime, but I guess I would say I'm probably 80% sure that he didn't know that he was going to kill someone on that night, whether he wanted to or not. But after that, I think come 4th of July and the other dates, I think he probably did go out specifically to kill someone, and every opportunity there could be anticipated. He'd know people were out on 4th of July and no longer keeping it safe after the crime 7 months earlier. Everyone goes out to Lake Berryessa. He knew someone would be there, and of course in San Francisco, he was the one who hailed the cab. So the dates would be chosen, I think.
Do you think his murders that were committed at the weekend, Friday and Saturday, were deliberately chosen, or do you think the sample is too small?
Sorry, rephrase?
Do you think his murders were specifically... do you think he chose the weekend to kill because that aligned with his work practices? Or do you believe we can't put any great reliance on the fact we had 2 Fridays and 2 Saturdays as evidence of anything?
Yeah, I'd say we can't put a great deal of reliance on it. It certainly makes sense that he had his weekends free. But yeah, you can't bank on it, which is
what I've always said
thing.
as a challenge to that is just that might have been when he expected that other people would be out in these places, especially if he wants to target men and women, or at the very least, if he just expects that there are going to be people in vulnerable places, then they're going to do it on Friday, Saturday, and maybe Sunday, but definitely Friday and Saturday. Now, I mean, I know what Druzer is kind of saying. It's like you could go in so many directions with that, and until we actually identify the killer, it's going to be so hard to know.
Yeah, it's perhaps relevant that he never tried to use his spotlight for financial gain. None of it seemed to be about money. So I would argue that he was probably employed, but where and in what position and in what town, I don't think we can say.
Well, do you think if he was familiar with the fact people were going to be in that area late at night, he must have been familiar with the area?
I don't think we know that he was familiar with the area. He could have, if there was no one in that turnout, he probably would have kept driving, looking for people. If he was indeed even planning to kill someone.
But if he had no familiarity with the area, then maybe driving along Lake Herman Road and up to Blue Rock Springs and maybe back again, searching for victims, would be rather a strange choice when he doesn't know the area and doesn't know people hang out there.
Well, something had to put him on that road. But what his true destination was that evening, we have no way of knowing.
So I think that, yes, he had some familiarity with this. I think he probably knew that Lake Herman Road was a place that was frequented by people on Friday nights and Saturday nights, and Blue Rock Springs as well. Now, if you mean that did he have intense familiarity with the back roads, I really want to be skeptical and just sort of say this sort of turns into a convenient explanation about how people are saying, well, the killer must have been able to escape because he knew the back roads inside and out. We see the same thing in the Jack the Ripper case. The killer must have been extremely familiar with the back alleys of London because he was able to escape. Maybe he just got lucky.
Oh yeah, and the street was really small. In Whitechapel, on my understanding, the street in Whitechapel was really small. It was like a maze.
Yeah, sure, but it's like with the Zodiac case, it's just he, as you guys said, he was on Lake Herman Road for a reason, and I don't think it's like this Donald Lee Booyock thing where he drove from Montana, to commit the murder and then
No,
went back. But
no.
I think that it's
And one other question that I don't know, coming from Valero, is Lake Herman Road the first lovers lane place to be, or
Possibly.
there is other place?
They're coming from the bridge, you mean?
Yeah,
I think so.
you think so? Yeah.
Well, I think, though, what is clear is that there's insufficient evidence to say that he was a resident of either Vallejo or Benicia.
Oh
It's
yeah.
possible. But I think Druzer was kind of going at that for a second. I mean, you even talked about how you thought maybe he wasn't a resident of Vallejo. I don't think there's any evidence to really support that. There are just some linguistic clues that connect him to Vallejo, but, this could have been some guy who used to live there but doesn't live there anymore. This could be some guy who was just always visiting so-and-so in Vallejo, and that's how he knew the back roads. And also, I mean, maybe he was just kind of taking wild guesses. Very little evidence to go in any direction.
I'd say that he was someone who was not, for whatever reason,
Yeah, for sure.
concerned about being identified by someone who lives in Vallejo. He left the scene with Mike screaming his head off. He stuck around for 30 or 40 minutes to make a phone call, which he easily could have made outside of town.
Oh yeah.
I think he probably did not live there. But yeah, there's certainly no way to know.
Where do you think he lived again, Druzer? Contra Costa.
I keep changing my mind about it. I think currently, I'm positive he lived in Vacaville.
All right. So let's say
I'm joking, but maybe he lived outside of the places that he told the cops that he was. Like, they know that he was in Vallejo. They know he was in Napa. They know he was in San Francisco. So I think he did not live in any of those places or in between.
So if he lived in, say, Oakland or Berkeley, why didn't he just drive equidistant from the payphone to his residence, make the phone call on the way, and get away from the crime scene? Why hang around?
Well, I think he wanted to taunt them, and what better way than to do so from right by the police station?
Yeah.
If he had it in his plan that he was going to direct them to the crime scene, which he probably didn't know where it was going to be exactly, but he knew where he was going to direct them from. So he needed a baseline. He needed to be around the police station in order to direct them to wherever they should go.
But why does that take him 40 minutes? There's many phone booths in that area. Why does he have to go to that one? And why doesn't he drive there in 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and then get out of Dodge?
Well, one idea is that he was not from the area, so he didn't know where the best place to call from was. Another would be that it was a busy night and it wasn't that late. So maybe he did try other phone booths, but there was people around. I don't know.
It wasn't that. You mean after Blue Rock Springs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking like 12:40 in the morning?
Yeah. Yeah, but it was bonfire. Not bonfire night. It was July the 4th celebrations.
4th of July. Okay, fair enough.
There would have been more people around than normal, I would presume.
Yeah, so he certainly did pick a quiet place to make that call. Now, whether he chose it because it was quiet or it was near the police station where he was going to give directions from is hard to say.
But it was inset by a car wash, wasn't it? No, sorry, that was Napa.
No, this Joe's.
It was.
I think there was a maybe not a car wash, but a gas station.
Yeah, it was a gas station. Yeah, my mistake.
Joe's Union, maybe.
Mm.
I don't know, because I remember they put the incorrect place in the paper, at least initially.
Maybe
Yeah.
he has no more gas in his car.
Good one, Jerome. I never thought of that.
I mean, the gas station was closed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, but maybe he was.
Maybe he was
Yes,
familiar with it
maybe,
because he'd been there before.
Yeah,
But Richard and I have talked about this a little bit in the past. My take on it is, I think that the Zodiac committed the Blue Rock Springs shooting, then drove to a secluded area, and he's just kind of like catching his breath. Whoa, wow,
Yeah.
that was amazing. The evidence for
that
this is
too.
in the 408 cipher. He talks about how to kill is the most thrilling experience. It's even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. I think he was just kind of like chilling in an abandoned parking lot or some type of middle of the nowhere location, and just kind of like maybe just having a laugh by himself before he decided to make the call, because he was just really enjoying the moment because he had killed people. Disgusting. What a loser. But that's what I think happened.
What else do you think he was doing at that time, Ned?
You've heard me say that. Yeah.
Yes, I think I
Nasty
actually
thing.
agree. I think there could be.
he was
Sexual
doing
component to the
nasty
crime.
thing to some girl.
Okay. I did say this in the past that I thought the Zodiac might be pleasuring himself because he said that to kill is the most thrilling experience. It's better than getting your rocks off with a girl. Not like one
Yeah.
of these sexual sadists who like Peter Curtin or Andre Chikatilo that actually gets off during the act of killing, but just the intensity. Just having this intense emotional experience, which, I mean, people can just get really excited by doing something. And yeah, I've thought about that in the past, but that's another thing that I had to take a step back on because I don't know that that's what happened. I just
No.
looked at a few of the clues and I was like, I could understand it. That's why he wrote that in the cipher.
Yeah, and if you hear stories
It
from
makes
like
sense.
Berkowitz, and it could be applied here too.
Yeah,
Oh, sure. Like, because I think that one point that I have been convinced on by some of these profilers is I do think the Zodiac was a sexually motivated serial killer. I just don't think he was the type that made contact with the bodies.
no.
I do think that this was exhilarating for him, and it was arousing, like, but not like again like the way that some of these Gary Ridgway types are, where they want to commit acts of sexual violence. It's stimulating for him in an arousing way, like. Ted Kaczynski was like this. David Berkowitz was like this. Sexually motivated serial killers that don't make contact with the bodies enormously.
Yeah, at least not in the crimes that they tell the police about. I mean, I don't think we can know what
No,
he was
and
up to
maybe
before or after his Zodiac campaign.
and maybe he was bisexual. That's why killing Spolstein, it was not a problem, because killing a man or a woman for him, it was the same thrilling, the same thrill. For
Well,
him.
there certainly are bisexual Zodiac killer suspects: Arthur Lee Allen, Richard Gaikowski, William Joseph Grant, and
Yeah,
You've also got to remember all the newspapers were calling him a sexual sadist, and he was using piquerism in stabbing the people, getting sexual sort of arousal from the stabbing of Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell. They also said he was targeting the women more. So there's a good chance that's why he ended up killing a lone cab driver, i.e. Paul Stein, to show that he wasn't just targeting women and he wasn't a sexual sadist. But also, like Mike Morford said, it was in San Francisco, so it was also going to get him a lot more attention than crimes committed in Benicia or Vallejo.
Right, but like I think this whole thing about the Zodiac hating women and putting more violence onto the women is purely a misconstruction. I think it's purely a misrepresentation, because I think the women were just horribly unlucky. We went through all of this in the Blue Rock Springs episode about how the Zodiac approaches Mike Michaud's side of the corridor. Bear in mind that David Faraday is shot execution style, and the only reason why Betty Lou is shot more times is because it appears that she was running. And the Zodiac stabbed Brian Hartnell first, which I think was to neutralize the threat, for lack of a better term, because Brian Hartnell was more dangerous than Cecilia. And then Cecilia, it just doesn't play dead the way that Brian does. She's thrashing about. Also, that the adrenaline had kicked in, and he only stabbed her 10 times, not counting the superficial lacerations. That is not like some of these other murderers out there, like the Snoozy and Furlong murders, the Doreen Gall murder, where victims are stabbed 60 times, 100 times, 200 times. Though completely different type of killer.
Yeah, that's correct. And Michael Majot was shot directly 4 times. Darlene Ferrin was shot directly 5 times. I'm not talking about bullets that passed through Majot here. So she was targeted 5 times directly. He was targeted 4. There's no real difference there either. And you're right. The fact that Cecilia Shepard was rolling around and Betty Lou was running, you can't say that this is any evidence that he was targeting the women more.
But we don't know if Cherry Lou was running. Maybe he had shot David in the execution style. Maybe he was in the same mood for Betty Lou, but maybe he changed his mind at the last minute and asked her to go. And like he's a hunter, he like to hunt. So he give he tell her, go, you can go ahead. She go, and he shot her.
There's good evidence that David Faraday was shot first. So if you see somebody, your potential boyfriend getting shot, her instinct may have been to run at that point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He wasn't going to say, off you go now, I've finished. You would leg it. And that's what I think she did.
Yeah, I can see where that comes from, though. Like, I mean, he did write a letter and a code describing himself as a hunter, which he clearly wasn't much of a sportsman. And he talks about having the gun sight, the flashlight on the pistol. It does sort of seem like he's alluding to it.
Why did he say, I sprayed them as if it was from a water hose, when Faraday wasn't shot like that?
Yeah, it simply couldn't apply to the Faraday murder. That's for sure.
I only said that because that was one of the reasons that you could put to being a different writer and a different murderer. In other words, the person who wrote that letter was the murderer of Betty Lou Jensen and not the murderer of David Faraday. That was one of the arguments for a couple of killers.
Yeah, yes. I think I've said it before. If we were just talking about the Lake Herman Road murders and there was no Zodiac letters, I think we would strongly consider that there was 2 people there.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, we have a question that I will just address real fast. It's from Jennifer Beeson Dickinson in the chat, who says, I got into the case because of my brother. How large would you say the Zodiac community is, meaning those who actually follow the case and research the case? I asked somebody this once, and they estimated that there were about 500 people in the world that follow the Zodiac case every day. On Black Box Online Radio, when I do the Zodiac Monday segment, there are usually at least 1,000 regular listeners, 1,000 regular viewers to the Zodiac Killer news report. And that is, not exactly what you're talking about following and researching. Following the case, yes. I mean, that's not researching. Yeah. So, I mean, I would really think that it's perhaps under 2,000 that follow this stuff every day and every week. But in terms of people who have, researched it in the past, probably in the thousands, and who have interacted on a forum or a comments section at some point, in the thousands, pushing on the tens of thousands.
Well, yeah, people are certainly going in and out of the case, interest-wise.
In America, Ned, you mean, or in the world?
Globally, in the world.
Globally.
Okay. I think you could probably do a timeline and see spikes when certain books are released. Certain jackasses come forward with stupid theory, television shows are produced.
Like the biggest hits on ZodiacKiller.com were after the David Fincher movie in 2007, and it's never recaptured the height. That's like the height of traffic for ZodiacKiller.com. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah. I haven't heard a recent evaluation of the traffic, but but certainly the Fincher film was huge. The
Yeah, it was.
Graysmith book started it. Dave and his crew solving the 340 would be another spike.
And
How
I've
do
also
you-
noticed several different spikes, like say for example with the J4 videos, with the case breakers, and when there's a new Zodiac documentary that comes out, like I see spikes in traffic, but those are very small. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead,
and
Richard.
those people aren't reading the reports. You know, there's different kinds of researchers. There's
Yeah,
those that really get into it, and those that are just kind of vaguely interested.
that's really true. That's really true. Yeah.
How do
I
you
can tell you that there is different kind of researcher, and I know I know
how do
what
you
you mean.
how do you distinguish between investigators and researchers? For example, Michael Butterfield has done extensive work on the Zodiac case and covered all the facts and details about the case, but he isn't the type of person who investigates and presents new information, a bit like Tahoe might present the he doesn't name me 5 things that Michael Butterfield has ever presented that's new to the case, and he's researched a new avenue on a letter, a crime, ballistics, anything, rather than just presenting. And this is not knocking Michael Butterfield, because I like Michael Butterfield. I think when he's interviewed, he's very intelligent, and I agree with him 99.9% of the time. But there's people who detail the crimes and detail the Zodiac case, but they don't actually investigate it and produce new stuff.
Well, he hasn't really been active the last 10
No, but give
years.
me one or 2 things that new he discovered himself.
Well, it's kind of hard to say because I don't know if he was the first one to discover them. I mean, there's lots of stuff on his website that I read,
Like
and
Michael
when I was
Cole.
reading one of his articles about how the Zodiac Killer was not an expert marksman and so on, I don't know if he's the first person to make those observations because of the the bullets at Lake Herman Road, where you've talked about this a lot, Richard, and you even discussed this with Ross on Planet X Filmworks because of the shot pattern. That's what I wanted to say at Lake Herman Road. I don't know if he was the first person to say that stuff, but he wrote an article about it.
Well, there was 20 years before he came into the case where I'm sure a lot of things were discussed. As far as I can tell, Mike's main focus has been debunking things to the best of his ability. And clearly it got personal for him pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm not demeaning him by saying this. I'm just saying that he tends to present the facts solidly and tries to give a case devoid of bias. But in terms of like if you say Tom Voigt did the Klingel thing, he hasn't gone out and done any investigative work out in the field to discover new things, is what I'm trying to point at.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's semantics, but I think he would do real research in order to debunk something like what was that letter from the Riverside Time that looked particularly suspicious about giving the killer their own article.
Yeah.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about that woman who wrote that letter.
I think her Patricia Hotz.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He went out and found Patricia Hotz.
Yeah, I agree with him. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, and he was right.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of research he just sort of focused on. But like the rest of us, it's the main goal seems to be interpreting the mountain of material that we do have, and trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, and at the same time, we don't live nearby Valero and San Francisco, so it's more difficult for us to go on the old crime scene, to go on the police of Valero, to ask some paper, etc., etc. Me, I'm living in Belgium, so going to Valero.
25 years ago, when Mike was particularly active, and there was a lot of active, really great researchers at that time, they could still speak to police. Witnesses were still alive to give their commentary. when you don't get into it until it's been cold for 50 years, you're at a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, see, Mike Morpher's done a lot of good work over the years, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Acquiring new information, letters, all sorts of material, and investigates many things, especially on his old Zodiac Killer site forum.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
okay, he's been away from the scene a little bit, working with you and such alike, so he doesn't dedicate quite as much time to it, but he's covered a hell of a lot in the past.
Yeah, you did an episode on the Big Zode. What did he call himself?
Oh,
Michael
God.
Zlackett?
Big-
Yeah.
Well, I think
Michael
it might be
Zlackett,
him. I think
Oh,
you
he
can
did?
find yeah, I think you can find at least
Yeah.
an email correspondence that
I would love to do that. I'll probably do that immediately after this live stream. But you know,
yeah,
it's
in
like
there somewhere.
question, about how do you differentiate between an investigator and a researcher? It's very difficult to make new observations and obtain new things. And I've tried my best to make original observations about the Zodiac case, but I learned early on you can't do that every week. I've made a handful of original observations about the Zodiac Killer mystery that I haven't found from anybody else, and some of them might be wrong, but it happens very slowly and very gradually. And if Michael Butterfield is going to stick to the facts and make comments on them, more power to him. For one reason, a lot of the things that I've explored, I would even take to the bank, and I think that I'm 100% right about. Knock on wood, enriched with possibility, but maybe I'm not. So there's an enormous value in sticking to the facts and give credit where credit is due.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was a great contributor to the online research.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
do facts exist in 2024?
Reasonable question.
Some of them, yeah,
They're
yeah.
pretty
Yeah,
slippery.
I mean, it's difficult now, isn't it? Because almost everything is questioned. Even when it's in a police report, it's not believed anymore. So,
Yeah.
a
If you look
perfect.
at Bowert's work from the early '90s, I'm not sure how straight a shooter he was, and even if he was, I'm looking at some of these documents, like his interview with Falk from the '90s, and they contradict everything. So one of these police officers is not being entirely honest, or the recollections are not
great.
to be trusted.
Well,
I mean-
to answer Richard's question, though, like, do facts exist? Real people were murdered,
Yeah.
and it appears that real letters have been written taking credit for these crimes. The ciphers were created, and that's kind of like, almost where I'm drawing a line, because as Druzer just pointed out, people are horrible when it comes to recalling the information, presenting it, and as we've already said, there can be information in police reports that is incorrect. Even if you have the whole case file, that
Yeah.
could still have numerous errors that just get absorbed into the public perception of the case that are false.
Yeah.
So some facts do exist, but not as many as we'd like.
Yeah, that's really true.
Something I've always been interested in was perhaps a discontinuity, is you watch the documentary. This is the Zodiac speaking, and it seems like Darlene's murder was the first of the year, the first they'd had in some time in the area. And then someone else says no, they'd killed. There was dozens of murders that year. And then you see in the newspaper that she was, in fact, the 10th victim of the year.
Yes.
But I don't know how to verify any of that, and I don't have any names. I don't have any locations. So it's hard to know what to do with information such as that.
But I think with this example, you need to contact directly the police. And in their archive, they must have everything.
Yeah, they
I
don't
think so.
reply.
Well, there's researchers and investigators in this case, and then there's people like me who basically just read message boards and talk on podcasts. I'm not about to reach out to anyone. I'm not going to invest that kind of energy.
Druzer,
I try never to present myself that way.
There's something to be said for that, because it's like, Druzer and I both did the Interview with the Experts series on the Zodiac Killer channel, and we both said, like, hey, I'm giving the disclaimer, I am not an expert, and I don't view myself as a researcher or an investigator. I view myself as a commentator, where it's like, okay, I have this information. Yes, sometimes I do read police reports, and I do read, witness statements, but I'm a commentator, because as Jerome also pointed out, I don't live in San Francisco. I can't just go out and visit the crime scenes and do my own, crime scene reconstruction. I mean, I live in the Philippines now, so that's going to be quite hard. And also, as Druzer said, I'm not just calling people up and annoying them, because they've probably done this a million times. It's so I approach it in a different way, but I will try my best. And one thing, though, where we have to differentiate between commentary and entertainment is, with commentary, you always have a responsibility to be accurate. If you want to write a novel about Jack the Ripper or something and use your fictional characters, go for it. You call it a novel, do whatever you want. I mean, but if you're going to give comments on a true crime case, yes, we try our best to be accurate.
Yeah, and Druzer's always talking himself down, whereas really he's probably in the top 1%, in my opinion, and he has provided me with lots of stuff. So, I won't have this nonsense where he doesn't investigate this and that and the other.
Well, I just want to take my hat off to the Mikes of the world. They all seem to be named Mike, who really get out there and do the FOIA requests and try to speak to people that know more. I don't know.
But you've got a proper job. They haven't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it depends on how much time you got available to yourself, isn't it?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a hobbyist.
No, absolutely.
Just as long as you don't start trying to make cases for clearly innocent people.
And also, like Druzer, I mean, the fact that we're not trying to brand ourselves as the experts and so on. Like, I know everything, and this is how it happened, and making interpretations of all the evidence, and just saying I've identified the Zodiac Killer, based on external commentary sources, is perhaps not the best way. Commentary can be valuable when you're looking at this idea that someone has presented, and you're just say, wait a second, does that really make sense? Because what people like to do is they say that to the nth degree. My suspect is the only person that has an explanation for this. My suspect is the only person that fits this. My suspect is the only person that matches up to all of this stuff. And then you're just saying, wait a second, is that really true? That's when the commentary angle is valuable.
Yeah, you have to look at the foundation of these theories. Someone can give you a narrative that makes complete sense, but it's based on Donna Lass being a confirmed victim, or something like that, which we can't say for certain.
No.
Exactly. You would call somebody out and be like, well, Donna Lass is not a confirmed victim. You might have your reasons for suspecting that, but there's insufficient evidence based on this, and this. And I mean, that's what gets back to what you said. The facts get fewer and fewer.
I mean, the Zodiac case is probably one of the most complex cases. And I think if you ever are of the opinion that you know everything about it, or you know 100%, you stop learning. And I've learned so much in the last 3 years. Like I said, I probably thought I knew most stuff going back 3 years, but I've probably learned more in the last 3 years than I did in the previous 9. And there's still stuff out there to be found. It's getting harder and harder, but it's certainly out there somewhere.
Absolutely. There's always something to learn and another avenue to pursue. It's one of the things that's interesting about the case is how many different disciplines that you sort of acquire as you're researching. I didn't know anything about ciphers before I started.
Same.
No, me neither. No,
exactly, no. And you do this Citizen Detective podcast, and you must know some of those cases you can pick up and learn in a week. some you couldn't learn in years.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part, trying to cram everything into a week on a case that's quite complex, and then coming across like you know everything, which is impossible, isn't it? And this is the problem.
Yeah. And outlining what's extraordinary about a case is not always easy. Like, we have these assumptions about police conduct, and they're not always true. We did one about the burger chef murders.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, like, can you believe that police would conduct themselves that way? Like, it's
Well,
astonishing.
I can actually, because I've seen it many times.
Well,
Yeah.
for me, I'm not. I haven't been a true crime guy all my life. There's a lot of things that are very new to me.
What I always see that in many of these cases are, you get many crimes that you don't know whether they're a suicide or a murder. And this distinguishes between good police and lazy police, who will just see a gun by somebody's head and a bullet wound and say, this is let's go off for a burger now, call it a suicide. And then you'll get other people who want to investigate the crime properly. This distinguishes police who are in the job because they're getting paid and they want to do as little as possible. This applies to every job. Or people who really have an interest in solving crimes for the families. And I think this is a distinction between some police and others.
Oh, yes, Richard. And it's not only the police, as you said, other professions like the coroners and the medical examiners. And I did an episode once on the story of Daniel Huffman, who was the subject of the movie Gift of Love, and he committed suicide at the age of 25. And I was contacted by one of his family members and said, hey, now wait a second. We believe that he was murdered. It appears to us, the family, that just they didn't want to deal with the paperwork, so they labeled his death as a suicide. And that's the investigation. But the one that I always turn back to is the story of Tom Sublett, the man who had his hands tied behind his back and somehow shot himself in the side of the head and threw the gun into a lake. And they were just like, it's a suicide. It's like, really? Same story. The coroners and the medical examiners didn't want to deal with the paperwork, allegedly. And Richard's right. It happens all the time.
The worst case I've ever seen is the case of Ellen Greenberg, where she's, I think Gavin Fish has done extensive work on it, even spoken to the families. And this girl somehow committed suicide by stabbing herself in the neck and the back of the head 22 times. The medical examiner called it a murder, and then the police, because they'd botched up the entire crime scene, got to him, I believe, and so does Gavin Fish and lots of people. And suddenly his determination changed to suicide. And I thought, you people are a bunch of corrupt. And this is compounding the matter for the family. Because if you ever look at the case of Ellen Greenberg, if you ever cover it, Ned, it's absolutely no way. It's a murder. It's just not a suicide. No.
Ellen Greenberg?
Ellen, Ellen.
Ellen Greenberg. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely look into that. And that's just a tragedy. But I think from the Zodiac case, we've also seen that members of law enforcement are horribly unreliable. Donald Falk might be one of the worst of them. But as we've just looked at how their statements are inconsistent, they also make really weird observations sometimes.
Yeah.
Weird deductions. Somebody once said this. The reason why people love Sherlock Holmes is because he doesn't exist, because he's not real. Sherlock Holmes is this type of person who is, no matter how good a real-world detective is, he's always one step better. Well, guess what? He doesn't exist. Detectives make mistakes just like anybody.
Yeah.
And sometimes they make very weird observations.
Yeah.
Donald Falk and Armin Pelisetti were effectively beat cops, weren't they?
At the time, yeah.
At the time, and Armin Pelisetti says with strident belief, he must have been covered in blood. Donald Falk couldn't have seen the Zodiac Killer. Well, that's nonsense. The Zodiac Killer didn't have to be covered in blood at all. So this is a case of people believing something from somebody who isn't necessarily trained in that position. So, but because he was an ex-member of law enforcement, people somehow take their opinions a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, they talk about how they're trained in observation.
Absolutely.
So, Valk has 10 seconds tops to look at someone who he doesn't believe is the suspect, and then he has a laundry list of details that perhaps he wrote down, perhaps he invented, perhaps it was just an impression, but you have to have some perspective on it.
And you can look up online that members of law enforcement are no more accurate when it comes to eyewitness description than ordinary members of the public. That's a fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it seems with all of these cases, it's always in the back of your mind. Are the police corrupt? Is there a conspiracy? But it usually boils down to some level. Yeah, but it usually boils down to some level of incompetence.
Yeah.
That's nothing
inexplicable why they lift the crime scene from Berryessa. We don't really know why, but it's probably not because he was the murderer.
No,
it's shit happens. You mess up the fingerprints on multiple crime scenes. This shit just happens.
I think I've read something about it was Dennis Lane, right? On Lake Berryessa. I don't remember if I read it or I've seen it in a interview, but I think he has said that Cecilia was so cold, then he has taken the blanket to put the blanket on her, and he don't realize that he was destroying the crime scene.
That part I have a problem with.
Oh, really?
He couldn't know, or he couldn't not know that he was destroying the crime scene.
Yeah,
clearly he did.
I agree.
But whether
you can finish. Go ahead.
But whether the humanitarian in him took over and thought, no, I'm going to console this badly injured woman, give her comfort in some way. I can imagine that.
Yeah,
he doesn't get off the hook as an officer, though.
Yeah, it's an officer.
I mean, I don't know what professions you guys have had offline, but when I've been working with people who have been through the training processes and they actually get into the heat of the moment with something, they often don't follow procedures and they just go along with their own instincts and they follow their personality and their nature and so on. People violate procedures all the time. People don't listen to things like, it's like, oh my goodness, why is this person doing that? We are specifically trained not to respond in that way, yet they do. And with Dennis Land, I see your point. He should have known he was destroying the crime scene. But yeah, like what Jerome said, that's the story that I've heard as well, that Cecilia said she was cold. So he took the blanket to wrap around her. And then later on, he folds it and puts it into a box, essentially destroying the crime scene. But I mean, people will do things like that, like even medical doctors, and as we said, a park ranger. So I'm not surprised.
Your human part will talk first before your mind, I think.
Medical personnel will often destroy a crime scene as well when they get there, but your primary focus is to save the victim. So I don't see anything wrong if he took a blanket and put it over Cecilia Shepherd. That's your primary interest at that time, not preserving evidence. It's different. Sorry, it's different at Lake Herman Road when if the victim is already dead and then you're taking a blanket out of your police car and sticking it over the body, that's a different thing altogether. I understand why they did it from a human perspective, but that's destroying evidence.
Yeah, if I say incompetence, it's not like I mean like a malignant intent.
No.
There's lots of reasons for incompetence.
But, that's going to become the foundation of Thomas Horan's whole theory involving Dennis Land. He destroyed the crime scene. He violated the procedures. And, also he claims that Brian Hartnell first saw Dennis Land and thought that the Zodiac Killer had come back, meaning that he must have matched the physical description to a certain extent. And apparently, I mean, I have read that in at least one of the reports that Brian Hartnell did make some type of comment like that. But I think that it's such a large stretch that he wouldn't, recognize anything about the voice or.
No.
And
Who claims this?
Hmm?
Who claims all this?
Oran.
Tom,
Who's that? No, I mean that name doesn't ring a bell to me.
my bad. Must be just a, pulled something off one of them forums once.
And Dennis Land was a park ranger, wasn't he? Dennis Land was a park ranger, not an investigator.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but he had been through like training on like how to handle a crime scene.
Yeah.
And apparently he also studied criminal justice at Napa Valley Junior College. But I think though his park ranger training, what did instruct him not to do things like removing items from the crime scene.
That may have been the first time he ever encountered anything like that.
I'm
sure it was. And Officer Ranger White said something similar. This would be an extraordinary situation, no matter how you look at it.
Even if you had encountered like problems like assaults, even if you found a dead body or something at Lake Berryessa, I'm not saying Dennis Land did, but to find two people that have been stabbed by the Zodiac Killer nonetheless, but that have been stabbed in that condition, I'm sure it's the first thing he encountered.
Yeah.
And in terms of investigators, we've all seen thousands of these crimes on YouTube, etc. And to me, it is exactly like other jobs. You've got a very small percentage of investigators that are absolutely top-notch Sherlock Holmes material, fantastic. You've got a few good ones, you've got a lot of average ones, and you've got some terrible ones. You can apply that to any job. The trouble is you'll tend to focus in more on the horrendous injustices when you see it in a crime than actually stand back and say, wow, that was a fantastic piece of investigatory work. People tend to look on the negative all the while. And I don't think most police and most investigators are not corrupt. They're just not Sherlock Holmes in most of these outback areas in America, etc., where they hardly come across major crimes. So when it does come along, they often make mistakes.
I don't think they look for the best and the brightest, to tell you the truth.
Maybe not.
Well, like a lot of Richard and I've talked about this once before about how a lot of the people who are pushing some of these far out theories in the true crime world are former members of law enforcement. Whether it's John Cameron or Steve Hodel, or some of the investigators in other cases, like even Gonzalo Amaral in the Madeleine McCann case. And I mean, they just get bigger and bigger and bigger with their ridiculous claims, and they're ex-law enforcement.
Yeah.
Well,
the case breakers claimed that all the 40 people of high education back in their theory. You can't be serious.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the case breaker, claiming that there are 40 ex-FBI,
FBI document examiners, etc.
And
your case, your career would be ruined if you got involved with that. Your reputation will plummet, won't it?
Oh yeah.
Not exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, the general public didn't care too much, and for about 3 months, everybody just kind of ate up the Gary Post narrative. You go through the comments on the infographics channel, the evidence is overwhelming. Gary Post must have been the Zodiac Killer, and it's like, oh, by the way, can we talk about something? This is another thing that I just thought of right now that I meant to bring up earlier. Did you guys notice that this Richard Hoffman narrative with Jay Foy is dying out? Fewer and fewer people are talking about Richard Hoffman online being the Zodiac Killer.
Well, I can tell whether it's dying out or not based on how many hits my website gets.
Yeah, for sure.
When this came along, it rocketed up. It started dipping down a few days ago. It started to rise again. So I'm assuming another video must have been stuck up on YouTube or something.
Is that right? I didn't see a new video, but
oh, you can correlate. You can when your website goes from 1,000 unique visitors a day to 42,000. You know something's happened somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, guys, Richard's website's doing better than my channel. I just learned.
Not at the moment. No, it fluctuates, all the time, is what I'm trying to say.
42,000 in one day, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Gary Stewart came along, and you get a hit from that. It doesn't matter how daft all these theories are. People then, but the trouble with these people, the people who look at the latest Hoffman thing, is people often read something, often the headline, and just believe it. There's a lack of critical thinking involved, and that applies not just to it applies to politics, it applies to everything. People read a headline, they just buy it, don't they?
Yes, but to the credit of J. Foy, 75%, maybe 80% of the material that he put out already existed online. And, these are the theories that have been composed. And he's not just some guy that's just thinking all of this in his head. Like, I've even discussed most of those observations on old episodes of Black Box Online Radio. And, he was just like, oh, I got online, I was reading about my grandfather, and I found this trove of information and theories about him being the Zodiac Killer. And, he presented it in a very loud way. But that's very different than somebody like Gary Stewart, who more or less blatantly lied and fabricated information for a book. And it's also different than some of these other people that are just accusing the random so-and-so of being the Zodiac Killer. And they're just like, I conducted my independent investigation. I determined that he was the Zodiac because he resembles the sketch and he's, the right height and weight. So, I think that he's just a little bit less malicious. I don't think he's a bad actor in per se. I don't think he intended to harm anyone with his videos. I just think that it's not the most practical approach.
No.
I think that he's probably been confronted by legitimate criticism and not addressed it.
Oh, you mean from his family?
From the online community.
From the online community.
Certainly someone he's interacting has read the reports and confronted him about, sort of black and white evidence that it's all false. I haven't seen him address it.
Yeah,
but I can't watch these videos. I just wait for other people to see them. And
no, I haven't watched it either.
Well, Kid Maines publicly called him out on that stuff, if that's what you mean. And as I understood, like his family members didn't like it all that you're accusing your grandfather of being the Zodiac. And as I said, it's not like he's not the first person to do it. He's reciting other people's information. Hey, look, I found this person wrote an article about how my grandfather was the Zodiac. I agree with it, but
yeah,
I
did have some communication with his family. And, they were not supportive.
Oh, sure.
Like,
his mom contacted me years ago, and she just said that she didn't think Richard Hoffman was the Zodiac Killer. And it's like, all right.
No, I didn't. I didn't watch any of them because I just don't think it gets you anywhere, does it?
No.
Well, no, he's one of very few people that we discuss that you can actually eliminate. Without hesitation. Yeah.
But like I said, it doesn't matter. You're not going to change his mind.
Right.
So it's pointless.
No, but it's sad. It's really sad because it's often to make money.
I mean, if you could confront somebody who, let's say somebody has got a suspect, they've done hundreds of videos and 10 books on it, and you hit them with a whammy and say, look, undisputable evidence, you've got this wrong. It's not going to make any difference.
I don't know if J. Foy would be in that position because, like, by his own admission, he spent 13 hours reading about it on the internet and 9 days on TikTok. Like, he might be someone who would come around. Now, if you've written 10 books about how your theory's right, you're too far gone.
Yeah.
He can only rely his grandfather with the Blue Rock Spring attack only. He had never explained about Lake Herman Road or Lake Berryessa or Holstein. Never explained anything about that. So it's it's really easy to say, yeah, my grandfather knew Darlene and blah 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 blah, just for one case. And just forget the other case. But if you suspect, you have enough evidence about your suspect, that means you need to have the information for all the activity of your suspect and just not one. So That's why I think it's really not credible. And I think he said that his family was against his grandfather. And after we have seen that his family was not against his grandfather, he was more against him.
Okay, though, but Jerome, we actually have an interesting question from Cat Daddy
Yeah.
Steve in the chat who says, did the older lake ranger visit the crime scene before Ranger Land removed all the evidence? It's my understanding that, yes, if you're referring to Ranger William White, he is the second person on scene, and he should have been there before the evidence was removed, right?
Actually, the couple from the resort, I believe, were the first to arrive.
Yes, but the question is,
coincidentally also
Ranger
named
White
White.
there, was Ranger White there before the evidence was removed? I think yes, right?
There was two people called White, wasn't there? I'm trying to remember the
William
name.
White's the second.
The
second
couple who
Ranger,
spoke with
right?
Cecilia.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know when the evidence was. Well, you mean compromised?
No, it says removed. So like I would expect that Ranger White was there before any evidence would be removed from the crime scene. I mean, I don't see any conceivable reason for Dennis Land to remove the evidence from the crime scene before
No.
someone else arrived.
I don't think that's ever been detailed, has it?
Well, I mean, why would he like take the
I don't know.
picnic, fold it, and put it into a box before Ranger White was there?
That's a good question, Ned.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm connecting the dots a little bit, but I just to me like it seems like quite implausible that he would like remove all the evidence from the crime scene, but he put it into his vehicle or something while waiting for the other people. Because as you guys already said, he puts the blanket around Cecilia because she's cold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that we could understand because it's human, but put everything in one box or in his car, and he knows that it's a crime scene and the stuff needs to be protected. So putting everything in a box, it's contamination. And I know it's not a cop, but he must know that. No,
I agree
did I
completely,
wrong?
but the question was, did he remove the items before somebody else arrived? And I would expect with the time frame that and the amount of just the before the second ranger gets there, that the evidence would still be at the crime scene, either around Cecilia or on the ground.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a good question.
I mean, like I don't know it 100%. It's just what I
No, me
I
neither.
think is very, very likely.
And well, just with the next question, the answer is no to that one.
Oh, which of you have heard of the Mikado before the Zodiac case? No, absolutely not. I didn't know anything about the Mikado. I didn't know it existed before the Zodiac
No.
case.
It should
Me
be
neither.
stated now that it is an incredibly popular play and always has been. It was in the zeitgeist at the time.
Yeah, I have watched it all the way through, but crikey, it was hard going.
Yeah, I've never seen it from start to end. I just investigate little portions of it.
Yeah,
Not really my thing.
only for research purposes.
I enjoyed it. It was
you?
better than I thought. Yeah, I watched it straight through back in 2020.
Which one?
Oh, I want to say it's the one from the 1930s or something that was colorized. I definitely saw the colored version.
Not the Eric Idle one.
No. I might have enjoyed that one more.
Any other questions there that you want to answer?
Yeah. And there is a lot of questions.
I thought I saw a bunch of them. Oh, that's two guys talking in the chat.
Okay.
I guess there's a follow-up question about the Mikado. It says, no one here has heard of it, just kind of makes me think he is British. Talking about the Mikado. Oh, I mean, you're sort of saying, like, have you heard of the Mikado before the Zodiac case? If not, does that suggest that the Zodiac Killer was British? I mean, if we didn't have all these other clues that would point toward the Zodiac being a continental American, maybe, but
Are
I
all
really
Beatles
think
fans British?
not
Say
at
that
all.
again. What was that, Druzer?
I said, are all Beatles fans British?
No.
No.
Charles Manson would not agree with that.
And he may have just been an American theatre goer who got exposed to British plays.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like, there are quite a few clues that would say, you know, the Zodiac is like into that type of stuff. At the very least, he is reading all types of like books and, you know, like different things from different backgrounds and the comics. And I mean, I'm just seeing countless things from like different places, all these new sources that the Zodiac may have used in the creation of his persona. And literature just seems to be bigger and bigger. And last time, Richard, you were talking about Edgar Allan Poe, and you know, it just seems like the Zodiac's a very heavy reader. So the theater is not a wild stretch.
Well, I was talking to Jerome at the end of the last episode. I don't know if you saw it, but that Channel 9 letter, he mentioned Pat Boone and he used the word obscenity. Now, Pat Boone was a massive exponent of Prop 18, which was an anti-obscenity law in 1972. I don't think it's any coincidence that he mentioned Pat Boone in the same breath as obscenity when Pat Boone. And also, you remember he mentioned the N-word and he used 20% quotas. Well, in San Francisco at that time, they were doing like DEI for Black Americans, trying to make sure they were represented in the San Francisco police report and given a certain percentage that they should be integrated into San Francisco police. But this was only the month before. I think it might have even been the same month as he wrote this in the Channel 9 letter. So all these things you can connect. Now, when I'm talking about Pat Boone, if he's referring to Prop 18 from 1972, this just shows how well read and how far his knowledge goes back.
Yeah, even if you stick with the 60s and 1970, I think the writer shows us how in tune with the newspapers he is, which is interesting because he doesn't actually weigh in on anything. He's just sort of seems to be borrowing phrases interchangeably from counterculture and ancient literature. It's which to me, I've just always interpreted it as he's created this character from disparate parts and is presenting it.
Yeah, the character I create, love comics, love that, love the Mikado, love Edgar Allan Poe, and
yeah, and I think none of those things probably lead back to the man. But,
It's really
But I always
possible.
want to point out that it would be extremely easy to do that. You know, like if you were just to like make up your own persona or something and you're writing letters pretending to be somebody else, not every idea that you're going to have is going to be original. You're also going to remember lines from movies and books and comics and maybe even a coloring book or something. And it's going to seep its way in there based on the amount of letters that has been written. And I even want to touch on something that Richard has shared previously about how the Zodiac Killer case is very complex and intricate. I think it's way more complex than a lot of other serial killer mysteries because of the amount of letters that we have, plus the unconfirmed letters and the web of possible Zodiac activity. I was just talking about how some people are saying that the Zodiac was also the freeway phantom in Washington, D.C. in the 1970s, someone who's murdering black girls between the ages of 10 and 18. And I mean, that stuff is online. I wasn't the first person to talk about that, but you know, it's just getting bigger and bigger.
it's a creative writing exercise for people, you know.
They don't think so. The people that are pushing
No,
that narrative.
they have a few details from this crime and another crime, and they try to link them up. Even if they do so in an intelligent way, they're still not.
No, this is not the
They
way
don't
to
have
do.
all the facts, you know.
But the one
No.
that's going to get bigger is the Monster of Florence connection because,
Ah, yeah.
you know, said we
El
judge this by
Monstro.
how much contact we get, and Giuseppe Bevilacqua being the Zodiac and the Monster of Florence. And I've been getting more and more comments from people who say that they're signing on to this theory. And, if anything, that's less outrageous than the Zodiac being the freeway phantom, but I don't think it's very defendable.
No,
But
I think
the guy was killing young people in their car in Italy, and the same way the Zodiac was shoot David Faraday, Betty Lou Jensen, Mike Maggio, and Darlene Ferrin. Yeah, and it's after the Zodiac crime in Monstro. It's in Italian, Il Monstro di Florence. I think he started his activity after 71.
74, right?
Yeah, 74.
There is a possible Monster of Florence crime that occurred in 1968, and I don't even completely understand the narrative. It's that the same firearm was used in the 1960 shooting as opposed to compared with one of the Monster of Florence shootings, which means that at the very least that same gun was used. You can't say too much more than that. But that's 1960.
I see that. Yeah.
The Monster of Florence comes to America, becomes the Zodiac Killer on the West Coast, 1968 to 74. 74 goes back to Italy and then becomes the Monster of Florence with a different MO, change in, the way he's committing the crimes and all that. All right. I mean, that's some mildly interesting stuff with the timelines, but the Monster of Florence also cut apart the pubic regions of the victims, right? Like mutilating the bodies.
Yeah.
Not very Zodiac-like.
No.
You don't have to necessarily go that far to find many crimes that were committed with a couple in a car, do you? So we could link all sorts to the Zodiac case if we want to. I mean, Peyton and Allen was one.
Oh, by the way, Richard.
Yeah.
Maybe you know the answer to this. I mean, Mike Morford isn't here, but somebody wrote this into Black Box Online Radio saying that Mike Morford once tried to make sort of a catalog or an index of all the Lover's Lane shootings in America, and he gave up on the project because there were just too many of them. Is that true?
Oh yeah, I could probably find you 100.
I could too. Like, did he actually try that project though?
I never saw the end result of it. I don't think he did in the end, did he?
I'm not sure.
That person said that it was just too big of an ordeal to go through.
Oh, it's impossible. Yeah, if you trawl back through newspapers.com, you can find scores of these things. That's before the Zodiac crimes, never alone afterwards.
But we even have people like Edward Wayne Edwards actually committing murders that are similar to these Lover's Lane style shootings. And one of the possible crimes that they thought he committed was the Kalitsky-Bogle murders in 1957. Turns out DNA links that to a different killer named Kenneth Gould. And it's just that it's not abnormal for serial killers to target people who are in vulnerable places. And this is the stuff that I was saying on the most recent Zodiac Monday. It's also not abnormal for a serial killer to have a very small reign of terror period of activity. This stuff about the Zodiac operating for 10 months, maybe that's all he did. I know not everybody agrees with that, but that's not unheard of. That's not abnormal. Serial killers do this all the time. But most of them are unconfirmed crimes, I do confess. Maybe they did something else, maybe they didn't. But just the narrative is there.
No, it's the letters and the taunting the authorities that's the unusual thing. Other than that, I don't think these are particularly unusual crimes.
The nearest I got to, the nearest crime I got to, well, I didn't get to it, but the nearest one I've seen was the Anthony Vincent Bruno one in 75, when there was supposedly a Zodiac note left in a phone box near the crime scene. That's the nearest I could ever connect with something that's non-canonical, that you can connect a letter to a crime scene.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But
at any rate, looking for other Lover's Lane murders or cab driver murders, I don't think is going to get us to any outlier activity.
You mean in the same area or in general?
Well, if they were in precisely the same area and the same time frame, that would be more compelling.
Yeah.
But if it's 6 years earlier or later,
because what do we know about the 10th murderer murders? Yeah, 10 murders who occurred um, during the time of Cherry Joe Bates.
What do we know
Could you
about?
say that again, Jerome?
Yeah, please.
Could you say that
Yeah,
again?
um, early we have talked about Cherry Joe Bates, and I don't know if it was you, Ned, or Druzer, or Richard. Um, we found out that there was uh, 10, um, 10 murders at the time of Cherry Joe Bates. Somebody was claiming more,
I don't know
and
about that. Maybe you're talking about Roland Taft.
No, he's talking about the 10 murders of prostitutes, aren't you? 10 years afterwards, the guy who murdered his
William
daughter.
Stuff?
Stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
no,
Because,
no. I'm
oh,
talking about somebody who was claiming that Cherry Joe was the only victim in the area since.
well, there was the attempted murder of Rosalind Atwood, wasn't there? So,
Yeah.
for the grace of God, she could have been another victim on the same campus. So,
Yeah. That's why
um,
that's what I want to ask you. If you know there is some similar murder in the area when Cherry Joe was killed, when Betty Lou and David was killed, when Darlene was killed, and when Cecilia was killed, and when Palestine was killed, because there is so much killed murders in America at the time. I think it was almost 200 per month. I think. Uh, did you have or did you already have related some other crime that we are not really um, that we don't really know? Um,
There were somewhat similar crimes that you could discuss around each of these time frames and area,
Absolutely.
but none that are truly compelling. Like
no.
usually they're solved, or there's some element to them that that leads us away from Zodiac.
But I do
the
want
one
to
who
point
was
out
not
something.
solved,
Go ahead.
the one who was not solved in the same area, and we are still cold case today. Cold case today. Do you know something about this case?
I know of a case. It's not particularly close, but there's one. There was one of a college woman killed in a parking garage of the university, found about 10 feet from her vehicle. I think that was 1971, though, wasn't it? In Los Angeles somewhere.
I don't know this one.
Yeah, and
I don't know.
it's got a sketch of the killer, and I've put it next to the sketch of Paul Stein. It looks fairly similar, but I think the eyewitnesses said it was a young person, probably late teens, early 20s. So I'm not convinced by it, but I mean, how far are we going away from 1966? I don't know any compelling cases in and around 1966, and I've searched.
No, I mean there was the crime that took place in November
Yeah,
of '66.
that's right. About 3 weeks after Sherry Joe Bates, right?
Yeah, it's like, I guess we could call it an attempted murder,
Oh, yeah.
and that remains unsolved. And the guy, seemingly had a similar MO where he offers help, he gets her in the car, and I think he
Grace
had her
wrote
out
about that, right?
the car. Yeah, it's possible.
That's the
But,
attempted abduction of the Riverside co-ed, because she's a student at UC Riverside, right? Not RCC. But yeah, as you
Right.
said, like she survives, like she gets away from the perpetrator, right? And Grace Smith is saying that's Arthur Lee Allen, but
And also, we've got the day after.
But what say the police? Because what say the police report about
Neither-
that?
I don't think I don't think they think it's Arthur Lee Allen, but I haven't read the report. No, I'm not sure.
You don't know if they have a sketch of the guy?
No, I don't, because I read about it in Zodiac Unmasked, and a sketch was not provided.
Okay.
And also we got the day after the Bates letters, when he said there will be more, we've got the murder of Nicky Benedict in Poway.
Yeah, Nicky Benedict. Yeah.
Right. Days before Sherry Joe was murdered, there was just a dreadful crime. I doubt it has any relevance, but it sort of speaks to some of the characters that were around there. I think there was 21 college students abused a 16-year-old girl, and they were all arrested, but 17 of the 21 were released, and that was.
And why is that?
I don't know the ins and outs of the cases.
The lack of evidence?
I think they had pretty darn good evidence against 4 of them, but not the whole group. But nonetheless, there was a whole group of guys that did this terrible thing, and they were loose. Whether that has any relevance, we'll probably never know.
And also, we have Cleophas Martin, who discovered the body of Sherry Joe Bates. He was involved in a knife crime several years earlier.
Really?
He was accused of it.
Yeah, it was with 3 other people, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
I didn't know that.
I don't know. I wouldn't take it as for granted that he actually did anything wrong.
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the newspaper
Article.
Or the text at least.
I guess I just have a bit of a bias when they arrest a black man for a crime they have no evidence for.
Yeah.
I sort of make an assumption, but I shouldn't, because I don't really know.
Okay, though, but there's one thing that I wanted to bring up, and that's just that. Let's look at a different example about similar crimes. Even if there were more taxi cab robberies going on in the San Francisco Bay Area all throughout 1969 and 1970, I wouldn't necessarily think that those were Zodiac or Zodiac related, because this is something that's talked about very frequently. Taxi cab drivers are frequently targeted because, you can drive get the driver to move to a desired location, and then he can be murdered.
Yeah.
So I think this is also a very big cloud of confusion over the case, because not only do we have Ray Davis, all right, maybe some Zodiac activity, but just all types of cab driver murders across the country are being linked to the Zodiac, whether it's John Leonard in Pennsylvania or Larry Hargis. But I just think that those are so routine. Those are so typical. It's almost just like the liquor store being robbed or something like that. And it's terrible crimes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that they are Zodiac related. And I think a lot of the stuff about the attempted abductions, the perpetrators going after a woman in a vulnerable place like Sherry Joe Bates, that also doesn't mean that it's Zodiac. And you guys know my stance. The Zodiac Killer of the 1960s, like 1968, 69, never once targeted a lone female. The canonical crimes, you have a lone man being targeted, but not a lone female. And if anything, I think that shows that they're less and less likely to be Zodiac related.
There was an interesting thing I found. Well, it's weak, I'll give it that. But Doreen Gall and what's something Sharp?
James Sharp.
James Sharp.
Yeah, they were killed November the 21st, 69. And there was a Zodiac letter. There was a thing signed, the Zodiac Killer, found it in her apartment. Now, a decade or so before that, she lived in Bonnie Bray Street at one point, and there was a taxi cab murder on that very street. But it was 1956, I believe. So we are having to go back 13 years. But nevertheless, a nice, interesting coincidence. You don't get taxi cab murders on every single street. The fact it happened on a street where a woman lived that got a Zodiac letter was especially when you consider she previously lived by that Albany letter where that arrived from, because what was it, the Albany Medical Hospital?
Yes.
Remember 1973? She lived only about 50 meters from that hospital. Her parents did anyway. So you can connect her to two Zodiac letters, one that was found in her apartment by the time of her murder or just afterwards. I don't know when it was found. Was it found afterwards, Druzer?
Yeah, I don't think it was unearthed until Howard Davis started investigating. Apparently, what he was told was that it was found amongst her belongings.
Yeah, and then we have obviously the Albany letter about the medical center, which was about 50 meters from where her parents lived. So you can, by weakness, attach two Zodiac letters to her.
But the Doreen Gall letter is very questionable, right?
It is questionable, but you notice those little loops that you see on the bottom of the letter?
No, maybe I can pull it up now and have a look, or maybe Jerome can put it on the screen. The Doreen Gall letter. This is the famous Lost Zodiac letter. That's what it's sometimes called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was found naked.
Called it.
It's on your website, Richard.
Yeah, it's you can go down the left side of my website on the homepage and click on the Albany letter.
We'll do that.
Okay, I got the loops here. Yep.
Click down, go to the left, and go down to 73, and you'll get the Albany letter.
And anyway, Richard, I'm looking at the
Scroll down, scroll down to the bottom. Scroll down to the bottom. Keep going. See those little bead-looking things?
Yes, I do.
She was found murdered, and she was naked, and all she had on her was Indian beads around her neck.
Yes, I remember that. So you think you can fool the old killer? Ha ha. I know all your movements and the time they are made. Time is short. Enjoy life while you can. You are too beautiful to live. I must kill you. The Zodiac Killer. And I guess you guys can see that on the screen, that it says there's one little Z that's hanging down below, but then it says Zodiac Killer and the beads and loops.
Two things that interest me about this letter is that it was typed, and that the language, those two elements, the language and the fact that it's typed, make it seem like it's an allusion to the Bates murder, but the Bates murder hadn't been connected to the Zodiac publicly at this point.
But notice he calls himself the Zodiac Killer and not the Zodiac.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you notice also he puts ha ha, and the only other time he did that was ha 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 in the Fairfield letters.
Yeah, ha ha.
And could be paying homage to Jack the Ripper, though.
Yeah,
they say I'm a doctor, ha ha ha.
Well, if the Zodiac did not do the letters that Richard, you've spent so much work on, the Fairfield ones and the paste up ones, if that wasn't Zodiac, then it's someone who's committed to the project. And this is 2 weeks before?
What do you mean? What was 2 weeks before?
The first Fairfield letters.
Well, obviously the Fairfield letters were in December. This was the murder was November the 21st. So I'm assuming that letter was before the Fairfield letters. The next letters would have been the Fairfield letters, wouldn't they? With ha ha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 2 weeks later, he writes the first Fairfield letters are written. If this author who is putting forth so much effort is not the Zodiac, then he obviously has then it's obviously a hoaxer with a lot of commitment to the project, more than we see with the other ones.
And do you also remember, it's probably got nothing at all to do with the Zodiac, but in San Bernardino, when he threatened, was it to blow up a house, leave me £1 million on the doorstep by the morning? Otherwise,
I don't know that one.
Yeah,
is that a letter?
Yeah, it was the Zodiac Killer. Well, it was purported to be from the Zodiac Killer. I think it was might have been 71 or something, and he threatened the homeowner with death effectively if he didn't leave £1 million on his front doorstep. And that was signed ha 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 with the exclamation marks after it, just like the Fairfield there. And I'm trying, oh, hang on, I'll be able to find it.
What's the hard part when a case is so famous?
Yeah. It's signed. Oh, I correct myself. It was signed ha 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 with the exclamation marks, but he spelt ha HAR.
Right. No, I have seen that.
That was the only difference.
Is it on your website, Richard?
Yeah, it's on my Fairfield letter page. Not the letter.
No.
Just the news report.
Mm.
So you'd have to go, if you go to the top.
Yeah.
Hang on. Click on the 340 cipher at the top and let the box scroll down. That's it. And go down to the Fairfield letter. Next. That's it. And there on the right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably got nothing to do with the Zodiac Killer, but it was just, it was San Bernardino, I do believe, wasn't it? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Wait, I'm going
Redlands,
to show.
yeah. Redlands is in San Bernardino. So it's relative to the Sherry Joe Bates area.
And not too long after that was big media, right? Like it was November 1970 that Avery wrote his first article about the linkage.
The linkage on what?
The linkage between Zodiac and the Sherry Joe Bates case.
Oh, yeah, that was November the 16th, 1970.
Right, and this is July 71, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you was right. It's ha ha. With,
I mean, it was July the 31st, if that's any relevance. But,
well, that's another thing we really don't know is how much dates and anniversaries meant to the killer. We can see a few instances where it seems to.
It's spelt differently, I admit, but I just found it curious. He used it 3 times and put exclamation marks after, and that coincides with the Fairfield letter, if you see what I mean. So just another curious little link, especially I doubt the Fairfield letter was even published by then, if it ever was.
Yeah, I don't think they were ever published. We've certainly never seen any evidence or references.
So even if you think the Fairfield letters are fake, you've got 2 people purporting to be the Zodiac Killer who are signing it ha 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 with 3 exclamation marks. It's just unusual.
Yeah, it's sort of the same play in the late 70s and the late 80s, where it's like, if this is not the killer, then it's someone who's putting forth a lot of effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like
Well,
to
like a lot of hoax letters, though. I mean, some of them, they are very convincing. Where people have definitely tried hard, and like even just with the unconfirmed Zodiac communications, as Druzer said, like there's a lot of thought that goes into them. They're making a very calculated effort to use similar language and writing styles and esoteric Zodiac verbiage, but at the end of the day, they just don't appear to be authentic.
I mean, Druzer knows my bugbear on this sort of thing. I can give multiple reasons why the 87 letter is genuine. Now, we know that the Dragon card is genuine because he said, I want you to publish details of my bomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one reason. That's the only reason, really. That's the only solid reason. But if you come along and you give 10 reasons for another one, compelling, about the Zodiac Killer knowing something that he didn't know, shouldn't have known, or shouldn't have written that mimics something he did previously, people aren't convinced with 10, but they're convinced with 1. Like I always say about the Los Angeles letter, apart from handwriting and tone, people just say, I believe it. And yet you go along and give 20 reasons why the Fairfield letters are genuine, or the 148 character, or the 78 letter, and people go, I'm not happy, I want more, I want more. You get to the point, you could give them 1,000 reasons, they're not going to believe you. And I think if you stuck the dragon card up to 1987, you'd face the same problem with people just questioning it continuously. And you say, well, look, he mentioned the bus bomb details and that wasn't presented. And they'd go, oh, no, I want more. I'm not happy with that. I think it's a matter of time. I think people don't want to believe things distant from the main body of the work that he sent. And I wish the standards were applied evenly, because there's more reasons to believe some of these outlier letters than there are for some of the main letters that we just routinely accept for little or no reason.
Yeah, I think all of these things need to be considered: the context, the content. I don't think handwriting should be ignored, but I don't think it should be the only thing that we're looking at.
No, it's not an
absolutely.
exact science. No.
I always say there's themes that are coming through in some of these outlier letters that are pretty darn compelling.
I always go back, you know my arguments. I always go back to the John Benet Ramsey case, and I can actually go and find you 10 people who say that was written by Patsy Ramsey, document examiners, and I can find you 10 that say it wasn't written by Patsy Ramsey. So where are we? Are these experts? It's meaningless.
Well, that's the subject of the book, The Zodiac Killer, A Brief Investigation, which talks about handwriting experts might not be that much better than the ordinary person, than an amateur sleuth, based on their methodologies.
Yeah, and we've got all the John Shimoda, Sherwood Morrill, Robert Prouty, all disagreeing with each other. So where are we with this handwriting? Where are we with certified document examiners? It seemingly means nothing. I mean, you were talking about the Bates had to die letters the other week. If you believe that was a hoaxer, he was totally wrong as well. So I don't really put much stock in any of these document examiners.
Richard, my honest response is I thought a lot more highly of them before 2021, and I know I received some backlash for that, but yes, I do think the Bates had to die letters were a hoax. I think Sherwood Morrill was wrong. I think he made a lot of observations that were incorrect. The card war at Lake Berryessa, sure, that's the person that wrote the letters, I'd say so. But the desktop poem, I don't think that was authentic. And, just his expert opinion is not very credible in my book now.
No.
And if we take, I mean, I agree with Druzer. Handwriting is useful, especially if you've got something that was previously unreleased, and the handwriting is identical, a bit like, say, the Red Phantom envelope and the SLA envelope. Take the tails off that, the writing's identical. This is when handwriting is useful, I believe. But if we take away something that anybody could have copied, we're not left with much. And if we're then reliant on tone, forget it. Yeah.
I never want to hear about tone again.
No, nor do I.
I'm so frustrated about the tone.
Because I know Newt Hoax, what's his name again, Ned?
Vincent.
Yeah. He'll say the tone of the 78 letter doesn't sound like Zodiac. Now, if I turn around and say, I think the tone of the 78 letter sounds like Zodiac, where are we?
Well, he was very, very harsh on you, and I don't know why he chose to throw all that name calling out at you, and for that, I mean, I've always said, if you dispute something, why don't you just say, okay, well, I don't think the 1978 letter is authentic, and here's why, resorting to all that trash talk. But
we can say that something on a computer screen looks similar to this or that, but if you don't have the actual documents in front of you, you can't do a proper job. I think Vincent realizes that, but he gets a little excited sometimes.
I tried to have this argument with Ray Grant. If me and Vincent sat down tomorrow, I'd just ask him the question, give me the 20 reasons I give for the Fairfield letter being genuine. And if his answer was, I don't know, that means the person is not the slightest bit interested in anything counter to the opinion they've already come to. It's like living in a bubble. It's like being a Republican and Democrat. If you never step out that bubble, you never learn anything on the other side. So you've got to know things that are counter to your own arguments before you can reject or believe what you have already come to the conclusion.
Yeah.
So,
Don't have tunnel vision. Sure. Yeah.
are you happy with that, Ned?
Well, you see, what is like so hurtful about finding out that a Zodiac letter is authentic or not authentic? I mean, if it turns out, let's say hypothetically, the 1978 letter is confirmed by law enforcement to have been authentic, if, well, why exactly should anybody deny that? If they make some type of public statement, how exactly does that ruin anybody's life or something? That would just be a development in the case. So, I just don't really understand these types of, well, just the way that people dispute certain issues. Say, for example, and there's no real reason to ever get angry about some type of dispute. And just like as you said, keeping an open mind so valuable because I mean, some people might rest their entire theories on certain zodiac letters being authentic or not authentic. Like, say for example, like maybe a suspect who dies in 1970 or something like that. They are going to encounter a lot of trouble. What's the name of that guy? He's the subject of the book Sympathy Vote, Zodiac Maniac. William Thorson. Yeah, he dies in like 1970, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Glenn Wall's suspect.
Glenn Wall. Yeah.
Yeah, Glenn Wall's suspect. I mean, okay, well, then he has to say that these letters are not authentic. Otherwise, his suspect wasn't the killer.
Yeah, he relies on a hell of a lot of letters not being genuine because his suspect died in June 1970, I think, wasn't it?
Right. Now, to be honest, he is somebody that I would not invite on my channel, only because he wrote a public piece about how he thought that Michael Cole, author of the Zodiac Revisited trilogy, doesn't exist, and he was created by the federal government to distract people from his honest, truth-telling Zodiac book. And I'm just like, I've never tried to contact him. I was like, that's someone that I wouldn't want to talk to because it's just
no. It's a waste of time.
He sent me his Valerie Percy book, so I'll give him credit for that.
That one sounded really good, talking about the murder of Valerie Percy and how there's like it's not the senator, but the son of the senator might have been responsible. William Thorson might be the suspect in the Valerie Percy case. When I read like his claims that he had posted online, that sounded like honest true crime research. And then the next thing he says, oh yeah, but he was also the Zodiac Killer and he died in 1970. I think his ex-wife or something was the person who went on to write the letters for 7071. And I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh, guys, well, actually, I'm going to have to get going now, but what a nice note to end on. And I'm going to be signing off. But thank you once again, Jerome, for having me, and we'll be in touch, okay?
Cheerio, Ned.
Good seeing you.
All right, guys, we'll be in touch, all right?
See you soon.
Yeah. It's getting late here.
On Sunday, we will do a video with Ned about Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah, because I know the basics, but I never made a deep dive in the subject, so I will learn a lot with Ned.
Indeed.
That we know really well his subject. I don't know if you want to come on Sunday, you are welcome.
I know limited stuff about the Jack the Ripper. I know the basics of it, but not to go into any depth about it. So
yeah, same with me.
Yeah,
but you are welcome anyway.
Fair enough.
So
are we calling it now?
Yeah, I should take off. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is fun, and I look forward to it every week.
Are we doing next week then?
Yeah, absolutely. Next Monday, same hour, same place.
I'll try and get some better ideas next week.
Oh, Richard, don't say that. You always have good ideas.
Try and put a curveball in or two.
All right. Take care, fellas.
I wish all the best, both of you, and I'll see you soon.
All right.
See you soon. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Druzer. Thank you, Ned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the chat. And fire pieces. I showed up and everyone leave. Is it me? No, is it not you? No. No. No, that's because it's 3 hours and 8 minutes of live, 9 minutes of live. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. Yeah, yeah. It's like that. So, if you have any question in the chat, go ahead. I will try to answer. We have the time. We have the time, and if you want, even if it's not on the Zodiac Killer case, you can ask me any question about anything. I mean, Dom, yeah, your brother was really, really great. Yeah, it was a great talk, and I was really happy to have him for for the debate, and we will do an episode 2 of the analysis of Don Cheney and Sandy Panzarella with Ned, with Drew, your brother, and maybe with Druzer and Richard. I don't know, because it was there were not 3 for the first one. Maybe there will be 3 for the next one. I don't know. I think I think I will figure out that in few days. But I know that next Sunday uh, it will be a show here on this platform about Jack the Ripper for the first time with Ned, and it's Ned. We will explain almost everything, because I don't know so much about the Ripper, but I've made my little investigation. But I'm just start to doing my investigation, but I'm not talking about now. I know the case since some years, because I follow Ned on Black Box Online Radio. Subscribe, and so he talks a lot about Jack the Ripper. So I've learned a lot about that case. And for example, in my opinion, there is only two letter who comes from the Reaper, the D-Boss letter and the from L letter. For me, the other letter are not from the Reaper, but I can be wrong, and I don't know so much about the case. So, but I, I was I was very happy to be here tonight with you, like always. If I do that, it's because I'm happy to be there. Trust me. But go ahead, if you have any question, it's the time to ask me. And if you don't, no, Jenny, no, me neither. No, me neither. But it's really interesting. I knew I knew the case before for sure. Jack the Ripper. Everybody know this name, and even when I was a kid, I knew about Jack the Ripper, the killer of um, um, Whitechapel in London, in the little street, killing prostitutes. Yeah, I knew, but I've never do a really great deep dive. I don't have made research. I don't have made what Ned is doing. I mean, and a lot of people too. Uh, but it will be really interesting. I'm really excited about this episode, because I'm sure I will learn a lot, and I hope you will learn a lot too about the case, because it's still an unsolved case. Sadly, I don't know if the victim have family who are still alive today. I don't know that, but if it's the case, and we can find who it was. When I say we, I don't talk about us. I talk about anyone who can solve the case could have justice for this crime, for the living family who stay. I don't know if this woman has family any anymore. I don't know. You have been into the Joe Bennett, yeah, John Bennett Ramsey, yeah. It's really sad. This story. It's horrible. This little girl, this poor little girl, and for that I've been into this case too for a while. I was not really in like I was in Making a Murderer or the Zodiac or GFK, because I have to do also a video of GFK again, a part two of a video about GFK, because there is a lot to say about that. My God, I'm sure we can talk about GFK during hours and hours and hours, and it will not be. There is no end. But I have my idea, and I am working on this case since 30 years now, so I know my stuff, and I don't say that I have understand everything, but I have some idea, and I can prove some stuff. Then some people claim you cannot prove. Then Oswald were not shoot the day. Yeah, I can prove it. Yeah, the paraffin test first. The three witness we have saw him at 12:26 at the lunch room on the first floor on the Texas Book Depository, and the cop who was with Roy Truly just 19 seconds after the shooting had met Lee at the same place. So I will never buy the fact that Lee was there on the first floor at the same place at 12:26, go on the sixth floor, shoot JFK 3 times, go back, go back in the third floor, in the first floor, in what, just 3 minutes, uh, even less than that, and it was cool, and even the Zapruder movie. I can tell you, I can show you the each frame of the Zapruder movie. The Zapruder movie was tempered. I, I I can prove, because one moment there is nothing, and one moment I can show you. It's completely crazy. You have people who appear on the screen, but you don't pay attention, because when you see the movie like this, it's pum 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 pum, it's over. But when you take frame by frame, you you, you notice a lot of things. So there was so uh, discrepancy in this case, and a so big, huge cover up after that. And in 1961, the CIA had planned to kill Castro, but for years before, but they have plans to kill Castro for years. But in 1961, CIA document declassified. We were not redacted, hopefully. Uh, that everybody can see. You go on the CIA website, and you can have access to these files. And they are talking about committing a crime. No, so uh, they are talking about an assassination against Fidel Castro, and they are talking about, let's say, the same thing what happened to JFK. And 1 year later, 1 year and a half later, we have this assassination who happened, but it was previous to Chicago, but it was stopped. It was previous to Miami, and it was stopped too. And after to Dallas, it happened. But in Chicago, Miami, and Dallas, there was an anonymous informator named Lee who had contacted the police several times to say that John Kennedy will be shot. And they don't have to take that seriously. Roche Rami, who were working for Jack Ruby, was arrested 2 days before um, the assassination of JFK, and directly she had claimed they know Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald, and there's a plan to kill Kennedy, but she's crazy. It will never happen. 2 days after, it happened. And I don't say Lee Oswald was involved. No, Jack Ruby was involved. Yeah, he was involved in the crime of G.D. Tippit with Roscoe White. Roscoe White, who was one of the best snipers in the world, who was a CIA operative, started working in the Dallas police in October 1962, 1 month just before JFK was killed. And it's the same for Lee. He started to work in the Texas Book Depository just 1 month before, but it was not for the same reason. Lee Oswald was there, may, not maybe to stop the attempt, but he knew what did happen, and when he had seen that it was turning wrong, and especially for him, he had claimed directly in the theater when he was arrested. I don't I I I don't remember the exact phrase, but uh, he was saying, "Don't shoot me, don't shoot me," okay? Because he knew, and I think he knew that something turns wrong, and he was the patsy, and he claimed it. I'm just a patsy, but he was not just a poor guy who knew no one and nothing. He was highly intelligent. Oswald was highly intelligent. In 1957, the CIA had recruited him for a project, the project Monarch. It was a project to send in Russia, in URSS, supposedly some American who was not agree with the position of the government. Want to go to Russia, but it was a CIA plan, and Lee was part of this CIA plan. There was approximately 70 people who were sent in the same times that Lee in Russia. And after 2 years working as a double agent for the KGB and the CIA, because he oh yeah, I'm not resisting. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not resisting. Yeah, sure. You see the cop who arrive in the theater. Hey, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting for sure, because he knew that the plan was to shoot him, and that's why he tried to get away from there. But he never shoot Tippit. Why? Because I can prove that GD Tippit was killed by two different kind of bullets. Yeah, 3 Winchester and uh, one other, but it doesn't make sense if you have one gun, you don't have a different kind of. And one comes from one automatic pistol, and the three other comes from a pistol. So it doesn't make sense if it's Lee Oswald. Ross was a big man. Ross? Which Ross? Ross Sullivan? Ross Geraci? No, but I mean, tell me, Kat. Tell me, who, who are who who you are talking about? Which Ross? I think you are talking about Ross Sullivan, bigger than an easy description. That I'm right? Are you talking about Ross Sullivan? Well, tell me in the chat, okay? Yeah, this case, JFK, the assassination of JFK, and GDT Pitt and Lee Harvey Oswald, because we always focus on JFK, but GDT Pitt, Dallas Cop, was killed too. But he was not supposed to be do what he was doing. I mean, when you are a cop, and you are corrupt and you work with the mob, it happened that sometimes there is a risk to be killed. And that's what happened. He was killed by Jack Ruby and Roscoe White. I can tell you two things. That I'm sure, and then we can prove, because there is a lot of people who say, no, you can prove it, you can prove it. We can prove it. We can prove it. I can show you the document. I can make a screen share the screen with the document I have. I can show you it's clear water. One of the shooter on Daily Plaza that day was Roscoe White. One other shooter was Malcolm McWallace. The other shooter, I don't know. I will not say anything. If I don't know, I don't know. But I know there was recruit. I think it was some expert Cuban marksman, and some people coming from the CIA. But Lee Oswald was not really a CIA guy. He was ONI, Office Naval of Intelligence, and he was an asset for the CIA, and he was giving information, and an informant for the FBI, and he was with some shady people. But when you are in the Office Naval of Intelligence. So the Office Naval of Intelligence, where Lee Oswald was, it's the secret service of the army. So it's big. And that's why he was really clever. He was highly intelligent, because to be recruited by the Office Naval of Intelligence, the CIA, when he was only 17. And I can talk to you about a lot of projects that the CIA have made on people, not only MK Ultra, because there is a lot of people who talking a lot about MK Ultra, but there is a lot more to say about the CIA, the killing of John Kennedy, his brother, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. And people say, it's often the case, it's often the case that people say, no, there is no way you can prove what you are saying. No way. But they don't want to see the truth. And they even don't want to check what you show them. When Mr. Thomas Oran was on his channel, he has made some crazy statement. Yeah. For example, Maura Murray is still alive. I know where she is, and but the fact that she's still alive, it's good for me. So I was like that. You know where she is? Yeah, absolutely. But why you don't contact the FBI? Oh, because I can't. What? Yeah, but for John Benet Ramsey, I know who it was. What? Yeah. I can prove it. Oh, go ahead. No, I can talk about that. Thomas, please. For GFK, he told me, and it was in live, so you can check on the on the YouTube channel. You will see. He claimed, Lee Oswald was the lone gunman. Period. And that's why his story about Al Snook and the Hawks theory, maybe he's right, but I think with the other story he's telling, I think his credibility about the Zodiac, it's not big. It's just my opinion. But it could be right, and I could be completely wrong. And it could be right about the Zodiac and completely wrong about the other things, because you don't know where Maura Murray is. You don't know where Madeleine McCann is, because you know that too. Yeah, you know where is Madeleine McCann. Yeah, that's what he say. He say, I know where is Madeleine McCann. She's alive. She's fine. That's the more important. But prove it, Thomas. Call the FBI, or I don't know. No, not the FBI. Scotland Yard or the Portuguese police, and even for the parent. I mean, what the fuck? If you claim something like that, I'm sorry, but prove it. No. I can, because I don't know. He never gave me a good explanation for why he doesn't telling the truth about Maddie McCann to the official, or Maura Murray, or the other stuff. So after that, I was wonder, wow, is Oak's theory take a big hit in his face? Because if he's claiming all this stuff, maybe this hoax theory is BS. But he could be right. It could be an hoax theory. I don't debate on that. And I'm agree to debate with him. But last time it was really nuts. It was very nuts. Claiming this kind of stuff and not proving anything. No, no way. So, question. Yeah, and in the Texas, the right wing people in Texas was really hungry against JFK, and they've played a role in the assassination. But I mean, if I start, I will not stop. So I think I would maybe stop to talk about JFK for now because I'm sure I'm ready to talk for hours about that, about the past of everybody, about Lee, about Marina, about Jack Ruby, about everybody, Guy Bannister, uh, everybody. Oh, a question. Thank you. Do you think the FBI stole his journal from the son like the son and daughter-in-law say? Um Stole the journal of Lee Oswald? Are you talking about the journal of Oswald? If you are talking about the journal of Oswald, yes, yes, of course. The- it was not really stealing something. It was it, they were on order, if you want. They were on order by the CIA. The CIA had asked for his journal and all his stuff and to destroy them for sure. You need to destroy everything when you are in a plot like this and you have the patsy who was killed just just like this today after what what people say he has done, but he Lee Oswald was never tried, never. Jack Ruby was tried, but he died from cancer. Yeah, yeah. And he was complained that received visit uh, from Dr. Jolly West. Do you know his name? Jolly West? Ah, Dr. Jolly West was the guy in charge for the program MK Ultra. Yeah, and he was paying visit in jail to Jack Ruby, and I think they've inject to him the concert. Yeah, Jolly West inject him with concert. Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. Could the rumble bench seat even recline? Uh, Good question. I have no idea. We don't have the same style of car here in Europe and in Belgium, so uh, I don't know. Uh, I'm sorry, Kat. I'm sorry, but I don't know. Really. I will not say some BS. I don't know. I have no idea. But I will take your question, ask my friend who live in States, and or if somebody could answer this question, go ahead in the chat. But personally, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, yeah. I was talking about Jolly West. Yeah, Jolly West. This kind of people are doctor. Yeah, they are doctor and they are working to, let's say, help people. But this kind of person, no, no, no. They destroy life. I will like take an example. Ted Kaczynski, when he was in Berkeley, or it was no, it was to Berkeley. During 3 years, he was involved. I mean, in a project, and the project was to try to control his mind in a way really disturbing. Yeah, because it was it was really trash, and Kaczynski had stayed after. I do that during 3 years to prove they couldn't break me. They have tried everything. They could break me. So I don't know, because after we know what he has done. So I don't know if it play or not with the situation he had lived in Berkeley during 3 years, uh, having hypnosis, uh, making hypnosis, taking LSD, take a lot of weird stuff with someone who was in the CIA for sure. Oh, sorry, Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. I took it say the seat was reclined in the police report. Its answer to your question, called the Rambler, bench seat, even recline. I took it say the seat was reclined in the police report. They could have been a worker with a key to the pumpers gate. Maybe. Yeah, it's a good observation. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. My tooth to my thought to that road leads right into Benicia, easy escape. Yeah. Yeah, it's an easy escape. And like I was saying early, I don't know if the Zodiac had arrived directly like this in car and Betty Lou and David Faraday was already there, or if the Zodiac was already there when Betty Lou and David has come to this place. I think it's most likely. I think the second option is more likely. I think, like, claim he's a hunter. I think he was hunting. You know, the hunter goes to hunt during any time. It can rain. It can be really cold. They don't care. They don't care. Me, I have never hunt, but they don't care about the weather. So I think the Zodiac was there to hunting, and he have seen an opportunity, and he had killed David and Betty Lou. And after, he has made, I don't know, he go back to his car, maybe. We were not nearby the Rambler, was maybe, I don't know, maybe near the lake. I don't know. and maybe after that he goes back home. It's a possibility. And Ned told me early that he never thought about that. So why not? We are here to talk. To talk. Any idea is welcome. And if could advance the case, it's good. It's really good. But like Druzer was saying, and Richard too, we need we need new facts, new evidence. For example, the wallet of Paul Stein, or a piece of shirt of Paul Stein, or a knife, the knife who was using in Lake Berryessa, or the guns who were using to kill David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen and Dallin Ferrin, because maybe they keep the shell of the bullets, and maybe they can match with the guns, and maybe with the knife, if the knife is recovered, maybe if there is blood on it, we can maybe find DNA. Maybe the Zodiac hurt himself during the fight. I don't know. I I mean, at the Lake Berryessa, there is no fight between Brian and the Zodiac, but maybe like he was not wearing glove, according to Brian. Brian said that he was watching his hand was shaking. So why? Because he was nervous, or because he was suffering from Parkinson's disease? I don't know. It come from a theory with Panzarella, but I don't think Panzarella never killed anyone. I think Cheney did. Yeah. And I think Ron Allen was the source for the information they need to accuse Lee of this crime. It's it's what I think. But I cannot prove it. Cheryl, only evidence to nullify or get theory is if detective saw tired Max only from the road into the turnout, then back out, and not from beyond the gate. Yeah, that's true. Just finishing, finish it, finished. Sorry, it's late. It's late for me. For me, it's late. Just finished second Zodiac's book by original author. So you mean Ray Smith, Zodiac Unmasked. Uh, no definitive conclusion. Tuck's modern DNA will do it. Yeah, if we can find DNA, yeah, for sure. But the stuff that is the stuff. We are sure that we have a partial DNA from the Zodiac. So we are sure, because if we have nothing, we cannot compare to Alan or anyone else, and we cannot eliminate. But there was eliminated by the partial DNA. So we have a partial DNA profile. But it's the thing. It's during all this year, the everything was kept in 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 a place who was really wet, cold, and so there was contamination. That's the thing. And even some cops was taking letter to a home to show to their friends, to their family, and everybody was looking at the Zodiac letter. It's not a fairy tale. It's the truth. So everybody had touched this letter and everything. So now you can tell, yeah, but the stamp, it must be saliva. Yeah, yeah, maybe. But you need to test all the stamp. And I think uh, they've just work on one and just one part of the stamp because they don't want to destroy. And I understand they don't want to destroy the evidence, and the letter and the envelope are evidence. And when you do that, you destroy evidence because the processes to match the DNA and find the DNA, you need to destroy what you are testing. So yeah, it's hard to say because I think about the DNA, it's a good question. Really, it's a good question because I, I think you see excuse me, for saliva doesn't have DNA. Is the buccal check cells in the saliva that have DNA? Oh, are you sure? I was thinking in the saliva there was DNA because in the Stephen Avery case, they find on the wood latch of Teresa Halbach's car, uh, it's kumquats, we say that, saliva coming from Stephen Avery. Yeah, because Stephen Avery love lick the wood latch of the car. And they find his DNA on the saliva. So, but if you are sure, yes, a DNA scientist confirmed this for me. Yeah, okay. Uh, I'm going to check this information too, but okay, I trust you. But I mean, in this case, they're talking about DNA in the saliva and in the wood latch. So if there is no DNA in the saliva, how can no, there must be an FDNA in the saliva. Or I will do my research. I will do my research because it's strange because in the Stephen Harbury case, his DNA was found in the wood latch of Teresa Halbach, and uh, uh, according to Ken Kratz, it's come from saliva, and nobody had never challenged that. So if there is no DNA in the saliva, uh, what we are talking about in the Stephen Avery case, I mean. But if there is no, if you can confirm that there is no DNA in the saliva, it could be something really interesting for Kathleen Zellner. But I mean, even Kathleen Zellner must know that. It's strange. So Yeah, for next Monday we will have every Monday we will have a new show. Every Monday, for sure. Talking about the Zodiac, uh, we will do a part 2 of the analysis of uh, Don Cene and Sandy Panzarella. We will do a special edition on Sunday, this Sunday, uh, with Ned about Jack the Ripper. And I will do another GFK show with Tony, Dr. Silkman, my friend from Australia, because he knows a lot about the case. But everybody is welcome. If you want to, I will put my own email. It's not professional, I know, but I'm not professional. That's right. This is the Zodiac at gmail.com. You can write to me to this address. It's my mail. And if you have any idea about anything, anything to talk about, I mean, go ahead. If you want that we do a show about, I don't know, Delphi murder, or I don't know. It's you. It's on you. If you want something, ask me. Oh yeah, I will. I will do it. So, Kat, if you want, you can join us when we will do that. It's up to you. If you want to come on the channel to chat with us about GFK, you are very welcome. Everybody is welcome. There is no. Oh, I invite Ned and Drew, and because they have a YouTube channel. No. This is because they are my friend. So you too, you are all my friends. So if you are serious and you accept the critic and you accept to be challenged, like I do, like we we all do, because I completely agree to. You can completely agree to be challenged about our theory. That's the good idea of this round table. The lady DNA scientists and citizen detective confirm human fluids are just simple molecules that carry cells that have the DNA. Yeah, I have already seen Mike Morford show with this woman, um, a beautiful woman with dark hair, if my memory is good. Yeah, I think she know what she say. So yeah, so I give her credit for that. There is no problem. Like I say, I could be wrong. I don't know. And when I'm wrong, there is no problem. I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah. I never tell to anyone that I knew the truth about everything. No, I have more doubt than than um, confirm stuff in my mind. I have more doubt than that. So yeah, so a GFK show, Jack the Ripper show, uh, other Zodiac show for sure every Monday, and a special Jack the Ripper, uh, another special analysis of Chene and Panzarella. So there is a lot to come, and I'm sure it will be great because it's always great to talking with clever people. Have clever people like you in the chat. We are really passionate. I see that we are really very passionate, and it's great. That's great. That's great to have you. You are really incredible. When I see that, I'm really happy to have this chance to have you as audience. It's incredible. I'm really happy. I'm really happy and glad because and yeah, that's absolutely, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, completely crazy. Yeah. So for tonight, it's the end. This is the end, my only friend. The end. So goodbye to everybody. Goodbye, Kat. Goodbye to Mr. GSV 650. Art Parody or Art Paradise. Cheryl. Jennifer. It was a pleasure. Fire Pixie. It was a pleasure. Julio. Julio Colmenares. It was a pleasure. Jeff Jones. Thank you, Jeff, to be here. Rob, thank you. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ross. Yeah, Ross. Next time you come here. You don't go in the chat. You come here on the channel to talk. Come on. Norman Stanley Fletcher. Cool name. Norman Stanley Fletcher. Looks like a serial killer. I'm joking. Chris Road. Thank you. Z72. Thank you. Glenn Spencer. Thank you. Don Spain. Thank you. Jack Kniper. Thank you. Zurab. Thank you. Sharon, my Wimmy. Thank you. And yeah, Don. Yeah, thank you. Dark side of the moon. Thank you, honey. Yeah, I was saying early. Don't forget that Sharon is the name of her new YouTube channel. We Are Their Voice, and she will be uh, come back really, really soon, and she will have a lot of new guests. You will be amazed, really. But I don't say too much because it's on Sharon. But I'm 100% with her. She knows that because I love her. I love my Wimmy. It's my Wimmy. I love her because it's her always. Mr. Robert Smith, thank you. Go Poke, thank you. They can talk to be Zodiac, thank you. I'll take the time to say thank you to everyone because it matters. For me, it matters. Maybe for other people, it doesn't matter, but for me, it matters a lot. You have to take your time. Richard Delaney, thank you. Ross, again, next time, you come here, okay? You don't go in the chat. That's because I love to have him. I love to have him. You have so much to say, and it's always clever. So, Chris, because there is two Chris, thank you. That by stereo, thank you. I know that by rock and roll, by the Pretty Reckless, the band, that by rock and roll. Do you know the song? Go on YouTube and type that that by rock and roll by the Pretty Reckless. It's an excellent song, excellent. And I think it's over. Yeah, I think I have say hi and I have thanks everybody. Quentin, 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 thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a great show because I have great guests and a great audience. So it must be a great show. It's not on me, it's on them. They are incredible. Ned is incredible. Please, if you don't know Ned, go on Black Box Online Radio. All the description are in the description below. So all the links, I mean, are in the description below. Black Box Online Radio, my favorite, with Drew Beeson, um, the Zodcast, the Zodcast, um, Richard, his website, zodiaccipher.com. My God, so big. And even Ross, who was not there, Planet X Film Media, it's excellent because he talked about a lot of different stuff. I think his last video was about Terminator on Netflix. The new I don't know, not it's I don't remember. It's not a movie. It's he was talking about the new Terminator series on Netflix, but it's not a real movie. It's I don't remember the word. God's sake, a cartoon, like a cartoon, no, not a cartoon. Wow, but he was talking about that, and it was great. And Druzer that you can find on Citizen Detective with Mike Murford and his team. They are absolutely excellent. And I would like to say to say hi to Vincent Oaks. What is his name? His channel? New Hoax, something like that. But yeah, he started his channel, and I'm talking about everybody. Me, I'm not jealous of anyone. if people want to do their best for the seeking of the truth, that's great. That's really great. That's what I want. That's really what I want. So, 4 hours and 10 minutes. My God, I'm going to die. No, I will not. So, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to be with you tonight, like always. I will maybe make the video during the week. Um, I will see. I will see if I have the time to do it. But I will maybe do another video during the week to talk to you about something else. But I'm waiting for an answer, to be honest. So I will know to say too much, but I will see if it's possible to do this video this week. And yeah, I will do a video with Jerome Buting soon. Yeah, here on the channel to talking about him, not about the case. I would like to talking about him, his life, his passion. He, I know he loves to travel all around the world, so it will be great to talk with Jerome. Oh, it's like me, Jerome and Jerome talking each other to Belgium from to Chicago. Jerome Buting, a really great guy, really nice. And yeah, we will do a video with him to talking about his life because it's interesting. I'm really interested in the life of people, and yeah. I would like to do uh, a show about Terry Murray because I have read his book Ultimate Evil. So I don't know if I'm going to do a book review or talking about the David Berkowitz, the Son of Sam case, or talking about uh, Maury Terry himself, or talking about the book. Uh, maybe the third. I don't know. I will see. Because you know, I will stop and after I will remind me. I will remind some stuff that I forget to tell you, but it's not a big deal. I can tell you that after on to let you know on the platform, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. I can do that if I want. So, oh yeah, I think it was broadcast today for the first time on Twitter and Facebook because I had to take I had to take um, I don't know the word for that. Un abonnement. How do you say that in English? Abonnement. To StreamYard because I have I was I've made too much video this month, so I was limited. So I had to pay for this month for to have to be live all the time I want. And as you can see here, there is no more the StreamYard logo. This was because I have subscribed to the StreamYard stuff. So no, I don't have. I have a lot of new stuff um, that I don't know yet. because I don't have take the time to watch, because I received the mail just before the show that I was restricted by StreamYard for the show. So I was, oh, holy shit. So I've taken that and I've paid, I think, 35, no, 44 dollars for 1 month. Oh, that's okay. It's not, it's not a big deal. And like this, we can continue to talk together and have this round table and debate about Zodiac and uh, all all other subjects. And yeah, one last thing, soon, but I think now it will be possible to have the subscribe, the subscribe in English. I will receive a French writer named Christian Doumergue, and we are going to talk about the mystery of Rennes-le-Château. I don't know if you know that. It's a mystery in France. Um, allegedly, um, um, not a monk, not a, um, monk. Let's say a monk had find a big treasure 100 years ago, but it's the legend. And he had made a lot of construction in his village and included a lot of stuff in his church. And it was very strange because he had no money, not at all. He constructed a tower, he constructed a new villa, a new church. He had buy the village. So it was very strange for the time for a priest, for a priest to do that, because he don't have the money to do that. So people was thinking he had find uh, a treasure, and it's that's possible. Yeah, he maybe found something, and history, if you want, is the basis for the Da Vinci Code, the book or the movie. It doesn't matter. It's the basis for the Da Vinci Code, because after the story of Rennes le Chateau was writing, and there is a lot of book about Rennes le Chateau. Uh, there were 3 English writers who have write the Holy Grail, Holy Blood, and they was inspired by the book written in French about Rennes le Chateau, and they're writing a new story, embellish the story in English. And Dan Brown had do the same. He has take up almost everything in this book for his book, and I'm sure you have seen the Da Vinci Code, and it comes from there. Saunière, l'Abbé Saunière, the Bézu, it was the place. Redaye, it in Arcadia Ego, and the supposedly wedding of Jesus and Mary Magdalena, and the fact that maybe they have a child, and you know the bloodline, the secret bloodline, and everything. And so I will receive Mr. Christian Doumergue. It's a French writer. We have write on a lot of subjects, a lot of different subjects. Not just that, a lot of different. But I will receive it. I will receive him for this specific book that he has write about Rennes le Chateau. So I don't know if it will be this month or in October. I don't know yet because I need to get in touch with him soon. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We will see. So I will do this. I will do this interview with him, but like I say, it will be in French, but you will have access to the to the subtitles. Excuse me, subscribe. When I'm tired, it's difficult. You will have the subtitles in English, so like this you will be able to understand everything, which is great. Uh, so I think it's over for today. It was it was a great show. Thank you very much, everybody. See you soon. Take care. Stay true. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family, of your loved ones, of your friends. Be careful because we live in a dangerous world. And I hope it will everything will be okay for you. And I see you soon, maybe this week, sure, for this weekend and next Monday. And like my buddy Harry Cozy was saying, if you have done already, do please hit subscribe. And I see you.